Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education. Agenda June 7th, 2023 at the Dr. John Casaluna Education Center, 128 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Board member, President Stephanie Lewis in attendance, Board Clerk, Mr. Joseph Martinez in attendance, and Board Member Ms. Evelyn Dominguez in attendance. I'm going to call to order our meeting at 4:04, open session. Our closed session, as provided by law, the following items for discussion and consideration. It's public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, employee government code section 54957, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion enrollment, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative Dr. Avila, lead personnel agent Rhonda Kramer, lead personnel agent Roxanne Dominguez, lead personnel agent Amargo Ortega, Employee Association of Schools, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D and or D3. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure, litigation, number of potential claims 1. And any person wishing to speak on any items on a closed session will be granted 3 minutes.
We do not have any.
Is there a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye. Time 4:05. Thank you, Ricardo. Let's
I'll
rewind.
make a motion.
I second that motion.
Okay, vote by board member, Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Sorry.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye. Time is 5:31. Okay. So is there a motion to open our study session for LCAP
So
fiscal
moved.
year 2000?
Second.
Oop, let me just finish reading. 2023 to 2024 budget study session. Call to order at 5:31. So it's moved by Ms. Dominguez, second by Ms. O'Kelly, vote by the board study session. Already read that. Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Martinez, okay, Ms. O'Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye. Alrighty.
Oh.
Good evening, everybody.
Do you want to sit here?
Good
Sure,
evening,
I'm sorry.
Board of Education President Lewis, Vice President Ms. O'Kelly, Board Clerk Mr. Martinez, and Board Member Ms. Dominguez, Dr. Avila, Innovation Team. Also want to thank our Ed Services team for being here. I appreciate that as we get going. Before we start, just want to let you know there's a great folder that has the presentation in here for this evening for you, and it also has what I guess I'll term a cheat sheet, the actions kind of grouped how we're going to look at them tonight. So I think, you guys have been doing this for a while. The LCAP, here we are, that time of the year. I think a couple of important things to point out for this current year is that we're in year 3. And so this is going to be the last year of the plan. I've been stressing that all year to our educational partners, that as we start next year, we'll be in the process of rewriting the plan. So next year is a really crucial year. Not that this isn't, but you're not going to see tons of changes this year because the whole idea is you want to see how your 3-year plan did. So that's, I think, one of the most critical things to be thinking about. Just so you guys can see, I put in here the parts of the plan. So there's a section on reflections that talk about your successes and needs. There's a section that we have to address our schools. If any specific schools have been targeted to improve, which we have 3. Talk about engaging our educational partners, our 3 goals. Okay, sounds good. And then the last couple of sections of the LCAP, the increase or improved services, and then the budget tables. So I'll start with just these are just overall very general successes over the 3 years of doing the plan. And these successes come from everybody, the feedback we get from families and so forth. So just some very, very general ones, and we'll talk about some specific successes shortly, but we've seen a positive impact of our reading specialists and instructional strategists. We all know about the literacy authorization from USC. I'll show you a little bit. We've had some positive trends this current school year in some of our local data. We had a lot of people feeling that we had improved community outreach, successful large-scale events this year. And then we've increased the participation in the LCAP process this year. We've gotten a lot of pretty good feedback with that, with plans to expand it even greater next year, since it is, year 1 of a rewrite. So those are some of those successes. The identified needs. So as you know, our district is in differentiated assistance for several of our student groups. And the way that we are attacking that is looking at these 4 categories here: ELA, math, our chronic absenteeism, and then our school climate. And so what we've been tasked to do is develop plans, and our choice was to go at it to develop a plan for each of those 4 areas, targeting our student groups, our required student groups within those plans. And so in the actual LCAP, in the identified needs, you'll see kind of those laid out, but that's how we're going to attack that need. And then the other piece that is required to talk about is if we have any schools that are comprehensive support and improvement. This year we have 3 schools that qualified. And so Preston Elementary, Frisbee, and Myler. Preston and Frisbee are interesting in that they actually did not meet the data to go in this year. So had they not been in it previously, they would not have been in it this year. The issue is, and this is what's happening statewide, is both of them initially went in for chronic absenteeism. And so the way to get out this year is you had to have improvement upon chronic absenteeism, and hardly anyone statewide has done that. Coming back from the pandemic, there's very few districts that have better attendance now than they did in the 18-19 school year. So it's kind of a little bit of a raw deal for Preston and Frisbee because, like I said, had they not been in the CSI, they would not. At the same time, it's not a bad thing from the standpoint of they provide extra funding, so we get extra funding to work with those schools, those sites to make improvements. Myler was added this year. They had gotten out initially, but they are back in, so we'll be working, closely with those schools as well. Yep, sorry. Okay. So as far as engaging our educational partners, we did a lot. So we did, some formal things like we would typically do. We had planning meetings. We had, you can see, community meetings. What I tried to do this year to really increase is get out to as many parent meetings as I could. And so I was going to, our day pack, our Alianza Latina, PTA Council, as many parent groups as I could, not just, like I said, for getting feedback for this year, but also for trying to recruit as we move forward for next year. Because it's going to be critical to me. It's one of the things that when I came in here, I have this vision that we're going to have 200, 250 people at our community meetings. And so that's the plan as we move forward for next year. And we're going to do it by really attacking from each school site. And so you can see, typically you would do maybe a little bit before winter break on the LCAP, but next year it'll be, we're going to start as soon as this plan's approved, working on next year. We did this last year. We showed it to you. It's one of the ways that we get feedback is through thought exchange, and it's a great tool in getting better, quite frankly, with AI. They showed me some things last week that are just amazing, but this is just kind of like a word cloud of a lot of the words that came in through our feedback on our thought exchange. And so that's, something that next year like I said, it's amazing on how much it can do now, because what's great about it is it takes narratives and then kind of punches it into, creates different types of data sets. So if you take a look there. This is just a list of some of the data I'm going to quickly go through. I know next week you have a local indicator meeting, so you'll see some of this as well at the next meeting, but I did put this in because this data is kind of some of the key data that shows up in the LCAP. So I'll just highlight through this. 22 dashboard. This year, I think the most important thing to think about from when I say this year is 2022, so it was last school year, was considered a status year. And so, we've had embargo data coming in. We'll get to see how we, where we fare with the current school year where they just tested. So this is the test, this is it from last year. And you can see when I mentioned the differentiated assistance, the mathematics and chronic absenteeism, those are two things that we need to, work on especially to help us, get rid of that status. Quickly, some of the iReady data. This is the local data that I was talking about. If you look at it from last year versus this year, we see improvements in grades 1 through 5. We saw it steady in 6 through 8. But one thing that was very nice was all subgroups improved. That was in ELA. In math, kind of similar trends. You saw more improvement in the 1st through 5th versus the 6 through 8 stayed the same. Groups either stayed the same or improved this year. So, we look at that as a positive. Let's see, our A to G data. This is, again, not the class of 2023. So A to G, as a reminder, this is, the course of study that students take that puts them as being eligible to go directly to a 4-year college, a Cal State or a UC in particular. And so you can see we had improvements last year over, most every single subgroup. Foster youth, you can see there was a big decline. We looked at those numbers. Foster youth is a tricky one because a lot of times you don't have those students for the whole 4 years. And so it's one of those groups. That's why they're one of our groups that the state wants us to focus on because, there is so much transiency with those students. But one of the things that we're working on with those kids is, hey, even if we have the mindset that they're going to be with us for 3 months, we can still serve them and help them improve. Graduation rate, again, not this current class, but the last 2 years, you see steady improvement or slight improvement basically everywhere. A couple areas, a 1% or 2%. So pretty similar between the 2 years, but last year was an all-time high for Rialto, so that was definitely something we celebrated, 93.6 students, or percent rather. Looking at our PSAT and SAT data, because we do have some actions that help support our students with the PSAT and SAT. Those numbers are kind of flat. You look at the PSAT 800 overall to 799, and then the other one 842 to 842. So you don't see a lot of shifts there. There's different reasons to start to look at that. Some schools aren't requiring it, and so that's it's just one of those things. We're looking at that data like, is this as reliable as it used to be when every college required it? So advanced placement data, again, this is from the last 2 years, not the current data. The nice thing though that I love about this year is you can see more students. So we had 1,747, so we increased the number of students. That number of tests is signed up, so we'll get the data on actually how many took the test, so it could slightly decrease. You can see we did have a decline last year, and so one of the things that we did to adjust to that is we've created an AP committee. We have members from each school, an AP coordinator, myself, Ms. Villalobos, and so we're working on ways to help improve our AP scores, and there's some actions tied to that as well. And then this gets us to, kind of the goals. This is I guess you would say, the bread and butter of the LCAP. This is when we talk with our families and our community. This is what it comes down to. What actions are we putting in place, and how do we see it playing out to help our students? So one of the things that you'll notice, the way I did this is there's something like 80 actions. I wasn't going to go through each one. I know you guys don't want that. So what I did is I kind of grouped them by themes, and then that you have that cheat sheet that may help you, maybe even not necessarily tonight, but something that if you want to look through it when you're looking through the actual LCAP itself. So this first one, I just put math and literacy. So you can see we have several actions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 actions in our goal one, and let me go back one. So goal one is about achievement. All Rialto USD students will succeed at every grade level, graduate in high school demonstrating readiness for higher education, career, and life in the 21st century. We've kept these as our same 3 goals the last 3 years, which are when we talked about it this year with our families, our planning committee, everyone agreed, yeah, it's our 3rd year, let's keep it. So that this goal, all these actions should be surrounding our programs. So actions, all these actions up here deal with math and literacy. So this takes care of our iReady diagnostic testing that we do 3 times a year in math and English. This takes care of our math intervention programs. You can think about, so much about our early learning programs. It takes care of those. We're up to like 1,600 students next year scheduled for our preschool programs. This takes care of our co-teaching at the elementary. Literacy is so important to get them early by 3rd grade, and so we have co-teaching in many of our 1st grade classes, reading specialists at our sites. This takes care of our teachers on special assignment that support math and reading. So, this is a lot of the work that we do here in Ed Services to take care of that. These actions here, I put deal with classroom support. So these are some of our reading specialists that are at the secondary level. These are instructional assistants and behavioral support assistants that are our K-12. And, they help with our kind of like our SEL needs as well. The next slide, I kind of termed college and career. This is where you'll find like the support of our career tech programs. This is where you'll see our early college program. Naviance, the software that we use both as like a tool for providing lessons on college and career, but then it's also used for our seniors and juniors as they're getting ready to apply for colleges. This is where we deal with where we take care of our Apex, which is our credit recovery. So when students fail a class, there's a way for them to make up that credit. As I mentioned earlier, this is where we take care of our professional development for our advanced placement. One of the actions that we really pushed this year is trying to get all of our AP teachers. It's going to probably take 2 years to get them caught up on the training, because over time some of the classes have changed, and so we're getting our AP teachers caught up there, which we think will help, at least be a part of the help for our scores. This one is really dealing with our dual language program, our multilingual programs. So it's all of our dual language immersion, our staffing, our supplies. We have the instructional assistants that help with these. This also, it's not a huge amount of money put to it, but helps with our students applying for or achieving seal of biliteracy and the Golden State Merit Seal. This action deals with our bilingual instructional assistants to help help support our English learners. We're up to 10 dual immersion schools, 9 elementary, 1 middle. And that's like a program that's slowly growing. I guess I shouldn't say slowly. It's growing pretty quickly. 1 to 2 per year. Let's see. We have an action. Our actions here. These 4 actions deal with our technology. Depending on if you looked, you saw that we spent more than we maybe necessarily planned for technology. But what we did was we were at the at a refresh year. So we were at the beginning of a 3-year refresh. So we had that, and then buying a lot of tech for our teachers. We have instructional tech assistance through this action to help support our schools. We have data analytics platform. We use Who Knew It this year. It's not 100% set yet for next year, but we'll have some type of data analysis platform. We have the technology support positions. We have library media techs at all sites, and this all comes through these actions here. Okay, a couple of the things, and we generally get praise. You don't necessarily have to put special education services into an LCAP, but we do here, and we have for the last 3 years cycle. And when I say you don't have to, because when you're funding things just for special ed kids, you don't get to count it as like it's contributing to your unduplicated students, your students that you're targeting. And so, but when you put it in an LCAP, it kind of says something. It makes a statement that it's important to you. So we have these actions for special education services, a new tool that we've been using, the Beyond SST. SST is our student study teams, and this has allowed us to really kind of formalize our process for working with students who are struggling. This applies our curriculum for job and life skills students, and then this applies for some technology in Goldbook, which is a tool for our teachers. That's the longest goal. It's long. Goal 2 is conditions for learning. So Rialto USD will ensure all students are provided with access and opportunities to support learning with highly qualified teachers and professional learning communities that promote a culture of continuous improvement for student achievement. So a lot of this goal surrounds professional development. So, and different types of professional development. Either it helps us support people that provide professional development, or it's actually supplies, actual professional development, getting professional development from the outside. So one of the things that I've enjoyed here in Rialto is kind of that goal of like, hey, we can do a lot of this on our own. And so I feel like that's something that we're pushing more and more to. And one of the ways that we do that is we kind of keep our PD in-house, a lot of it. So this action, this deals with lots of people, site instructional support teachers, our health coordinators, nurses, technicians, instructional specialists just to provide PD. We have program specialists that help us at our smaller sites. Our secondary ELA math coaches, our site English language learner facilitators, emerging language specialists. So a lot of those people are able to, yes, provide, some of them provide support to students, but a lot of them provide PD as well. And then these are some of those other things. So this is kind of more focused on our teachers. We have an amazing induction program, something like I've never seen before. The amount of work that we do in-house is I've been so impressed seeing that. So this action supports that. This action supports a lot of our literacy and numeracy training. Again, we do bring some people, in from the outside and so forth, but this also, it provides training for all of our teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals that deal with, or that work with our students with disabilities. We have social emotional learning training through these actions. We have STEM training, the science, technology, engineering, and math. And then our peer assistance and review program, where we help our teachers who are struggling. And so that's kind of what all of those actions entail. And then this is kind of a combo. So some of this is a person, and then some of the actual PD that we provide. Principal and special assignment of equity and excellence. So that position is part of this action. And with that is our culturally linguistic and responsive teaching and learning training. We have plans of really expanding that next year. This is also where, with our site strategic, this is where we've written in that action so that our sites have some funds to do their strategic plans. We also have in here some service and products. So this is where we pay for part of Synergy. This is where we offer our home to school transportation. And so those are like some products and services. Our goal 3 is about engagement. And so this is talking about having a safe and engaging learning environment that's student and parent centered. And so you'll see I themed them here a few ways. One of the big ones is chronic absenteeism. That's an issue that we're working on as a district. And so these actions help support our foster youth liaison. You guys know a lot about our temporary housing and case management support that we give for our homeless population. We've tied a goal around our middle school sports program as a way to, it entices those kids to come to school. You guys have seen the work this year with 3 of our esports labs. Just look forward to the future there because we'll have more training, development of courses. As you guys know, it's not just about playing, it's about, writing code and there's so many more directions that we see that going. This also helps, support our student truancy reduction and intervention team. So our team that's out there doing home visits, really working with our students who are struggling with, being here at school. I grouped this other set of actions around our climate and suspension rate. And so this is things like the support of our wellness centers, our social emotional learning staff. We fund a lot of our psychologists, applied behavior analyst specialists, therapeutic behavior specialists, emotional health therapists, all through this action. Another thing that I think is just amazing here that I've never seen before is all the work that our safety office does with the tier 1 and 2 support that they provide. So we support some programs there with this. And then this also supports some of our positive behavior intervention and support, our PBIS, teacher on special assignment, to help manage that as well. And then I had I grouped these actions on parent engagement. So this is a lot of our services that have gone through our Winton Family Institute. This is where we support our communication, Remind, Blackboard, moving towards Parent Square, and Blackboard will still be our website. This is where we also support our marketing, some of our marketing for our district, marquees, signage, murals, and things like that. This is where we help support the funding for some of our celebrations of academic, historical, cultural events. We've had so many of wonderful events, and we put those into this action because it does engage our parents. We support our equity councils through this as well, and our district registration hub. Another thing I've never seen before. It's amazing the amount of work that they do there. And then I grouped a few actions around facilities. And so some of the things that we're still doing, some of our furniture that helps create engaging learning environments where it's just much easier to move from, working in groups to doing something individual and so forth. So we're still supporting that. Obviously, we're always supporting a clean environment inside and outside the classroom, but I think ever since the pandemic, we've taken a step forward and want to just be extra careful. So we put some extra funds towards that, and then same with just our routine repair and maintenance of our school sites. We've been able to escape any major violations on Williams through that, and I think that's a big reason why, because it's clear that we take pride in it. That's kind of it for the actions, and so what I wanted to end with, and I put this in your binder on Friday, but just I figured I'd talk you through it so you can kind of see where we're at. So today, here we are on the 7th. the next 2 weeks, so I sent this draft, there's a person I work with at the county, and, you know, you could send them the draft when it's all said and done. You could send it to them, you know, little parts throughout. So I've been going like little parts throughout, and then sent the same draft that I sent you to her. And so now in the next week, there will be potentially little tweaks, and that the reason for that is I'd rather fix them now rather than when they come back and say, well, we couldn't approve it, or you have to do this before we approve it. So my plan is, you know, if it's a little typo thing, I probably won't make a note of it unless you guys, you know, would like. I'll talk to Dr. Avila and see exactly what you would like. But my thought is I'll give you another draft of like the final draft on the 16th. That would be the Friday before our next board meeting. And then I thought I'd put just a little summary anywhere that I did make a change. Hey, this action, I changed 3 words, you know, it's this to this. That way you're not like having to peer through and compare the 2 documents. And then on the 21st, that's when the board would adopt the LCAP. We're not approving it yet, we're just adopting it. Yep, this is our LCAP that we're gonna submit. The next day, I think I truly have 3 days, but I'll do it the next day. I would post the adopted one, upload the adopted one, and then really it's just at that point it becomes a waiting game in July and probably early August. They get back to us and say, hey, it's been approved, but you have to make these revisions. Hey, it hasn't been approved, you need to make these revisions and then get it approved. But that's just kind of where we're at. So I just at least wanted you to see that timeline. Once they do it, I know it's been our history for us to bring it back and have you guys also approve it. And so we'll do that as soon as it's approved by the county. Okay? Questions, and I have my whole team here to help, which is amazing.
I do have a question.
Let's turn on the lights.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentations. Since this is a workshop,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
we're gonna get to working. So I'm glad there's time for changes. So let's move on over, Mr. Mingus. All right. Question. Would you like to go first? Mr. Martinez had his hand up.
I just wanted to commend you. It's a long process, but going through this, especially for the community, you made it painless. Thank you. I'm wondering whether page 7 of your presentation is on calendar, engaging our educational partners. Will that be posted? Will that calendar be posted somewhere?
Sure. Yeah, and in fact, we already have the calendar for next year, so absolutely, I can definitely post that, and I will post the dates for next year as well.
Okay, that way I can build my calendar around that.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Mingus?
Yes. Also on page 7, I
the
do see that. Yes, I do see that you have student groups. What age groups are you using? Are you incorporating like elementary, like the 5th graders, 4th graders, and also the middle and high schoolers, or is it just the upper grade secondary?
On page 7, I'm sorry, which?
Page 7, the student groups that you're using.
Oh, so technically, there's not been a requirement to use student groups. It's expected that there will be a requirement next year. So this year, I used our DSEC students. That was like the group that I worked with.
Okay. I mean, personally, I think.
Well, and I should say, and then there's a bunch of surveys that students have done as you know what I mean, that we take data from, social emotional learning surveys, things like that.
And then that's from all age groups, from the elementary to?
Third and up.
Okay, 3rd and up. And then also on page 31, it says on here that, for the social emotional, for the behavioral is it? Yeah, for the wellness centers, for all that stuff. Are you incorporating in the budget for translation? Because I know that there are some students that are coming from, from different countries or coming with trauma and things like that, and they need that translation services. Are we incorporating those, the monies to provide translation for them and those resources so they can get the services that they need?
Yeah, I think Yeah, are you talking like when students, when they get here?
Like, for example, if a student comes from Mexico and is needing that social emotional service, but yet there's not a translator in the wellness center?
You can have Ms. Brantley speak to that, please.
Or any other country, not just Mexico, but from Central America or somewhere else?
Yes. Good afternoon or good evening, Angela Brantley, Lead Student Services Agent. So typically when our students, if Spanish is our, secondary primary language here in our district, there's staff on the campus that can support. When we refer out in terms of services for social emotional learning, say through our organization like Care Solace, they can identify family needs. So whether it's a language need or ethnicity or certain things that a family may request that's specific to their needs, we can definitely pair them up with a service provider that meets that need, and language is one of those.
Okay, so if they don't have the language that they need on campus, they can refer out to Care Solis or
Yes.
to another
Yes.
organization?
That's our practice, yes.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yes. But what happens if they need the services now or they need it on campus? It's just for the student itself and not the family?
So we haven't had that I'm aware of, but if we were to have that, we could work with our personnel services, because whenever we have a need for other languages for adults in translation, we usually work with personnel services. So if we have a student who speaks another language than what we have on staff as a resource, we definitely could reach out and get those supports through our personnel.
And that's for our safety interventions and the PBIS as well?
Through our
for-
wellness center mainly, but if we do have that, we can access staff, right? through
Okay.
Personnel services.
Okay, all right, thank you.
if we have.
All right, there's a question?
Yes.
Can I add one thing to
Sure.
that? I was just thinking, with our community engagement initiative, that's actually been one of those things that we're looking at for those students that come from out of the country, making sure that we take care of like all of their needs initially with their families. So I don't know that we'll be set up to have it like complete for next year, but that's definitely one of the parts that we've been working with on our community engagement initiative
Got
team.
it.
And
Perfect.
is Dr. President Lewis, is Dr. Madrid available? So I know we contract with several companies to provide expansive language support as needed. We know that Spanish is the primary need, but there are other communities within Rialto that may have a different language need. I know we contract for that reason, but yes, if you can speak to that a little bit.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Madrid, agent of multilingual programs. And as Dr. Avila was mentioning, we do have several contracts. One of the contracts that we have that's a fabulous resource that we offer to our families is called Language Line. And that's a service where a family who comes into the office that needs immediate translation can go ahead and access an interpreter over the telephone. And they also provide video services as well. And Language Line is an entity that's recommended by the state of California, and in many health organizations, they also use Language Line. In addition to that, we also have interpretation that we provide for meetings and events that are scheduled, and for that, we can go ahead and request any language or American Sign Language as well. As you saw at, our middle school promotions, and as we have available, on a daily basis for meetings and for other events at our school site.
Is the Language Line kind of like an immediate response to it, or?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
it's immediate. We have an account,
Okay.
and every school has the directions for how to call in. And then when they call in, they go ahead and put in a code that represents our account, and then they can go ahead and request any language and then be connected to someone who speaks that language. And it's also available on, Google Meet or
Okay.
Zoom.
And if they were to request for, like, let's say an IEP, an interpreter, how far in advance do they need to request that interpreter?
In order to request an interpreter for an IEP, we request at least 2 weeks of notice.
Okay.
Because we do get very booked. That is something that is in high demand. But we have been able to fulfill all requests if we get those requests within, 2 weeks
Okay,
of the meeting.
perfect, thank you.
You finished?
Thank you.
Okay, well, the good news, you have a document. The weakness is, you're saying you're using the plan, do, study, act cycle. But the part of it, the SMART tools, where you have, specific needs, you answer
Talk to the mic.
measurable,
Talk to the mic.
attainable, okay, relevant, time bound. How often are we going through these cycles to reassess this plan, do, and act? And before you answer that is, because I feel that this is not your work. A lot of times you come into an organization and you inherit someone else's template and you're trying to work with what you have, but we're not getting any results. So we need to, when you say very low status, so literacy is at what grade level when you're considered literate?
We're focusing on 3rd grade.
Okay, and so typically literacy is have to be reading at a 6th grade level. So these very, very low levels, and we're not tying the money to it. We're not doing assessment for whether you speak another language. You can be dyslexia, or you can have numerslexia, where you read numbers backwards, you skip, you can't calculate. We're not making that assessment just because they speak another language to see if they're dyslexia in that language, okay? So maybe that's why these numbers are constantly low, because we don't have that part of the assessment. Our reading specialists, looking at our schools, our 3 schools, who are in that special category, they receive the least amount of services. And when you're talking about African American that's highlighted, it's not a dollar figure to that. It's not really specified community partners to work with that. And I'm trying to say, what is chronic absentee? How is that defined?
10%.
10 absences.
10 absences becomes considered chronic absent, and they've gone away. Well, she's the expert, but can I just say one part about the plan that I think that you're talking about? So that is a very brief summary that fits in this area for our differentiated assistance plan. So we have a much more thorough plan for differentiated assistant, but that is just like a very brief summary to put into this document for the state. That's not like our differentiated assistant plan.
The outcome measurements and evaluation cycle has never been mentioned. That's why I say I don't think this is your work. I think you sort of came in and inherit this template, but you own it now, so we need to.
So there's a couple things on that. You're right.
Yeah,
so one of the things in working with this specific document is, one, we want it to be approvable. So they made a lot of changes, and I thanked Dr. Merida 100 times, but I'm gonna thank her one more time, because last year she had to make a bunch of changes because there was a new person at the county. And so we've been working like this year, because it's year 3, of not going back and making, now if we're gonna change an action, so be it. But as far as like the narrative piece, we've just been working with it from the standpoint of, okay, it's approved, good, because next year we start with a whole new template. But at the same time, I don't want you to think, like I said, that the differentiated assistance plan as an example, or like the CSI plans, it's a formal CSI plan for each school that doesn't necessarily show in this document.
But this tool is 1996, so it's just they've always left that out, and that's why we've never attained any type of goal. That's why I said I'm not attributing it to you, but that's the other part of if you're going to name some type of evaluation. So chronic absentee is considered?
Yes. So the definition of chronic absenteeism is a student who has missed 10% of the days enrolled after being enrolled for 30 days. It's TK up to 8th grade. And it's been a big shift in our parents' thinking and our community thinking, because people have been traditionally thinking about absences as truancies, right? When you would miss 3 or have 3 unexcused absence, you would be considered a truant. That's old language. The thing about chronic absenteeism is it doesn't matter what the reason you're absent. So you really could have had COVID and been, out for 10 days, or any other illness. suspensions included. It doesn't matter if it's excused, unexcused, what the reason. If you miss 10% of the days you're enrolled, you're considered chronically absent. So that's why you'll see most districts are 30, 40% throughout the nation with that particular definition, because it doesn't matter what the reason is.
Right.
We work with our principals so that they understand that in terms of even their suspension data, right? Historically, sites may have given 5 days of suspension for a particular violation. If you can do 1 day coupled with another intervention or 2 days, because even those suspensions will add to that student. If we have 180 some odd days of school, that's just 18 days in a school year. And if you've been out sick for a week and you've been suspended for a week, or then it doesn't take much to get to that 10%. So, and any reason. So that's why it's really critical for us to support our families in understanding that, and our sites in understanding that, so that we can address it. I know this year one of the strategies that's been used, we were looking at the high schools that were had the significant rate, and Mr. Wagner and his team would meet with those principals regularly, help support with home visits and educating our parents. So we're continuing to tackle it.
Well, I think this is where we could put the footnote, because as a provider, the kids they got their vaccines, or that was late. So it was the 5 days and the 10 days initially. So that really should be a footnote added in there. And usually this has been off the mask, so it's been a high viral infectious disease year. This is something that's I'm saying we can sort of put the footnote to say this year, because I tell people, 5, and they've been calling in and been on medication or out of medication. So this first year, that chronic absentee, that's what I was wondering, how it's defined. And I think we should really address that and put that footnote in. Off mask, first year, full enrollment, COVID, because for the pediatrics, they did not get vaccines till late, and it's still optional. So a lot of parents chose not to during a big RSV season and a big viral season. So that's something, was a strength that we sort of left out. So title Preston and Frisbee and Myler continuation, their counselor rate is still high. For an action plan, they should probably have a lower ratio. You guys are the expert, but if they're in that protective class, whatever, there's extra funding, and their funding should be considered. It seems like the funding for this plan for these 3 schools, these are the least amount of services and the least amount in their budget.
And I think, maybe help, and I can give it to Dr. Avila once because they'll be finalized within the next week.
This is a workshop, and
but I'm just thinking I can get you guys the actual
it's not
CSI
me.
plans.
I really want you to go back to your team. And take a look. I'm not in elementary or high school education, but just doing a lot of studies and things like that.
Sure.
And when you inherit a program, it's like, which ones do you repeat the same thing, get the same results? We need to change it a little bit, right? So the tutoring hubs, which is a strength, is not mentioned. And then how are they utilized? Are they utilized at these schools? That's another positive that we're missing from this. Let's not eliminate all the positive things. So that was one of your plans that you have initiated, and it's not strongly stated. High absentee, post-COVID, vaccine for kids are lower, high viral season, which across the nation, our tutoring hubs, and then how are they utilized? Because, some are highly utilized and high visibility and others are not. So what's that plan? I'm sorry, when I come to a workshop,
no, it's okay.
I'm just,
I'm taking notes
I'm
here.
surprised y'all don't have tables to help them out up here, okay? So I did not know foster, is group home considered foster?
Yes.
So foster families and group homes are
Both,
considered,
yes.
okay, so they're not considered you're homeless.
No.
Okay, so on your groups that you had your teams, there wasn't a number. So it could have been just one person from DayPac. It's no numbers of how many people represented. So I've never really saw a group home owner or group home, what you call the group home leader, house mom, or anything like that. They've never really been at the table on these documents. Okay, I love the word that you change, family-centered, which is more inclusive, because it might be grandma or whoever, instead of just parent, because, that was. Okay.
May I comment?
Sure. Or
I think I may be wrong on this. Ask my wife. I've been wrong before. I think a lot of these definitions come from the state. So however we define them doesn't change anything for our numbers at the state level. So pushing it to the state, they may take the hint.
Well, there's this narrative that you're able to write in, and we're not taking an opportunity of writing in. I think that's why I said when you inherit a template, sometimes you have to delete and put, this has been an abnormal year,
Absolutely.
right? And then, everyone's had at least,
But
took
wouldn't
them
the
2
whole
weeks.
world know that?
They don't, because they forget. They forget.
Yes,
They
we
forget. And then the outcomes, it's sort of like some of the outcomes, desired outcomes, were even less than what was already gained. So we
So-
didn't even project anything.
So there's some
like they've
tricky
already
things.
made that
Yeah,
goal.
there's some tricky things on that.
Yeah.
And that's just in this document. So that they don't necessarily match our current goals of like 20% as an example, because they were already in there, and I'm not allowed to change it. So
Finish your thought.
oh
and
yeah.
I'll-
So there's a couple things and I totally agree. So that I think one of the things with this document to think about is, there's certain things that that we establish in year one that you can't. They don't want you to change your metrics every year, as an example, because then there's no way of them going back to see it from the beginning. So that's why.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the desired outcome
Okay.
is even lower than what was met in year 2, even though 3.
Okay.
Okay, so when you're looking at some of the numbers and some were just missing. So that just could be one of the things that you just sort of
Yeah.
like, wow, this is even lower. I dropped it. We had this rate at 58%, and now our new goal is 50. I'm like, what? So those are just those technical.
Sure.
And then for our special ed, and I just, when you're talking about life skills, if you looked have you looked in their life skill training? It's no update to the current. So, they need to have the update to be trained for life. I mean, they still have avocado refrigerator and washer and dryer and stuff that's not going to really teach them life skills. So what life skills are we really teaching for special needs in the room? Some of those things that might be facility things, but what's the new age life skills? Are we teaching them how to use Siri? Are we teaching them, how to piecework for training and things like that? I mean, since it's mentioned in here,
Yeah.
we haven't updated. Now, for our early education, Ms. Good, it's not increase. And I thought so did we go from half day to full day? It's the same number. So like from morning session to evening session, so is that 2 classrooms, or is it just 8 to 5, or?
So good evening. My name is Karen Good. I'm the agent of early education. So to answer your question, you're looking at the number of students that we have enrolled.
No, the number, you have a number of centers, and it's 6.
Yes.
And it's been 6
yes.
from the last 2 years, and it's 6 again. So I didn't know if that was like full days now, or I thought we've had a big increase in funding for that service.
So LCAP funds 6 Rialto preschools. So no, that number has not changed. We have not added any additional sites that are funded out of the LCAP.
Okay.
So we do have our state preschool funded, preschools, and then we have the 6 that are funded out of LCAP.
And are those half days or full days?
Yes, half day. So preschool and TK are both half day programs, and full day is kinder.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering, like, did we increase the days, or it didn't really specify?
So just to let you know, that we have had an increase in the number of students. So we did see a little drop during COVID, so the 21-22 school year, but we have made up that loss. So we are currently 103% over our contract.
Okay. And like, thank you.
You're welcome.
So like on page 66, it says like decrease high school dropout rate by 1%. You know, I'm just,
And
Yeah.
President Lewis, please know that this is a summary of the
Right.
larger document which you're looking at, but also within the service areas, there are more specific plans with more specific metrics, because otherwise we would have a plan of, 1,000 pages. And I'm
Right.
going to ask Dr. Chavez if she can chime in to add some clarity to some of the questions that you asked.
right.
Sure, and if I miss anything, please feel free to, re-ask your question, President Lewis. So specifically around the plans that Dr. Avila was speaking to, I know that you had mentioned the CSI plan and the differentiated assistance plan. So both of those plans are really robust and have been asked to be written for these specific schools and for these specific needs after this 3-year plan was developed, right? And so the team, can attest that one of our goals for next year when we're writing our LCAP plan is that our plans are congruent. We have this wonderful strategic plan. We have our CSI plans. We have our differentiated assistance plan. We have our focus in academics, which is literacy, numeracy, and future ready. And we really have some actions, not only actions for what to do, but actions on how to follow up and assess and when to assess. And all of that needs to be congruent in the LCAP. And so we did not go back in and rewrite those things in this year because it is year 3, and it would not fall in line with what is being requested from us from the county. To really redo our plan that 3rd year would not allow us to properly measure whether or not we were successful, right? As far as the extra funding, there is funding that's directly allocated, for example, to our CSI schools. And so that is part of the plan. And so I know it doesn't elaborate that on there.
It doesn't match up when you're
Right.
looking at all the stats. Okay. So, like if we're going to make change, it's what's the money behind it? And just in the definition that it says in developing and finalizing an LCAP for adoption, LEAs are encouraged to keep the following overarching frame at the forefront of this planning. So it means to achieve life-changing dropout, 1%. That's all we want to do. So I know it's difficult, but this is a workshop, right?
Yeah.
So if we don't give you feedback, we're on the same team, but we need to sort of say if this is not your work, then let's take credit for the things that we have put in place. Let's give explanation for an unusual school year. Let's sort of reach a little bit higher, like we're reversing a goal that we already met. We met it in year 2, year 3, and our new goal is lower than that. So it's hard when you don't start from the beginning, and I get this, but it was hard for me reading all this after work too. So I'm going to put these comments in and let the team sort of just not, they're going to approve it. I was sitting and they'll prove whatever, but we're not a whatever school district. And our mission is academic. And it starts with this. This is our framework. So at one point, we're going to have to make those adjustments, really look and say, what are we going to do? But that absentee, because I do notes all day long, and I know every school's going to have it, and I bet a progressive district like us will say, yes, this is, but we have to incorporate this year of no mass, you know, vaccine for children late, optional. And this is going to coincide with that. And then we should, I don't know how you're counting, so the African American suspension is more than the kids in the schools, or you're counting them 3 or 4 times, or each time they get suspended is a suspension, or if they're foster care and African American infant, you know, the numbers are way higher than the stats that's in here. So is this a triple count, a double dipping, or is it an error, or is it factual? So is there one way to fact
I'm going
check
to ask
that?
Angela if she can explain that, because I know we dealt with this a year or 2 ago.
So for your first question, a student is counted once. If you're suspended one time, you're going to be in our suspension numbers. Even if you get other additional suspensions, you won't be counted more than once. As we run our data, we look at our African American students, our Hispanic students, our white, and then our 2 or more. We also then pull out our students who receive special services. So in that count, you may see an African American student or a Hispanic student, because that's based on those services. That's that disproportionate data that you get each week. I believe the board gets it as well. Sorry. So they're only counted once. We look at that data. The state, when you look at the dashboard, it's a little bit different the way the state calculates our African American suspension, because they just look at if you have 10 African American students and 1 kid is suspended, that's 10%. That's what you'll see on the dashboard. Within our district, we wanted to address the issue of disproportionality, which is not really what the dashboard looks at. And so we worked with IT to do a calculation, because to do disproportion, you have to compare within the group to outside of the group, right? And so that's the reason why you'll see that second form where we talk about how do we make sure that we decrease that disproportion. And we have over several years. I remember when we first started doing that report, our African American suspensions were in the high 20s, close to 30% disproportionate. This year we've seen it maybe in the low 20s down to the teens, so we've addressed that. Another thing would be that risk ratio, as we talk about the feds and how they look at how much more likely if I'm an African American student to be suspended than if I'm not an African American student. And we try to keep that risk ratio under 3. When we first started looking at that data several years ago, it was definitely at 4 and higher. As you look at those reports this last year, you'll see that number has been going down in the 2s. So definitely under 3 is what kind of that level that the feds are looking at. So we're going in the right direction, but we're not where we need to be. Our African American students are still disproportionately suspended, and we're continuing to address that through our equity work.
So in your service plan, it was nothing to address that. So even if your special needs or things like that, a Hispanic and he's a special needs, or homeless, is he counted under which one that's suspended? You know what I'm saying? So it's not a outcome measure that you've listed, but you state this, and we fund a lot of the programs that state this. That's not, we're not taking credit for all the work that we're doing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I think that speaks to what Dr. Chavez was saying.
Right.
There's so many different
But on
plans and
those
programs.
things, you need to take
But
credit
we are.
for,
But
and
we're-
you
we're-
need
yeah.
to adjust the numbers, and you need to take a look,
Yeah.
because the dollars need to match up
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
budget or the grant. I appreciate all the work, but you said it was a workshop, so I took it literally. Any other questions? Go ahead.
One more quick one. Under 1.1, for the dual immersion program, it says on here, oh no, excuse me, wrong one. Under 1.21, it says on here that you have, that you will maintain 64 bilingual instructional aides. Is that accounting for, actually, this is more for Mrs. Dr. Madrid. Is that accounting for the 3-hour aide positions for the elementary level and for the one middle school?
So very recently, we took a look at the bilingual aides that we had in the classroom, and it was determined that the way that the position was structured was not conducive to having people remain in that position here in Rialto, or be able to attract people for those positions in Rialto. And so there was a restructuring where we took, I think it was 48 positions, combined them and created 24 7-hour positions
Okay.
instead of having 48 3-hour positions.
Okay.
So we believe that this 7-hour position is going to be much more attractive to people wanting to apply for a position and much more attractive to having them stay in Rialto. And so we went ahead and allocated one 7-hour bilingual instructional aid for every school, elementary school that has a dual language program. And that instructional assistant will be placed in kindergarten for 3 hours and in first grade for 3 hours. And then another one of the bilingual aids that remained at 3 hours is going to be assigned to the second grade.
Okay, but every classroom will have that 3 hours?
Yes,
Okay.
so our 9 elementary schools will have a 7-hour aid for first and second grade, kinder and first grade, and then a 3-hour aid for second grade.
Okay, and then for the 4th and the 5th grade?
For the 4th and the 5th grade, we didn't allocate any there because by that time in their education, they should be able to operate in Spanish and in English. We really wanted to make sure that we were concentrating at the early grades to make sure that our students had the fundamentals of literacy, both in Spanish and in English.
Okay, and then that also means that none in the middle school?
No, none in the middle school, because by the time they reach the middle school,
They should be
they'll have been in the
proficient.
program 6 years,
Okay.
or 7 years.
All right, so that's going to be corrected in the LCAP, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay.
While you're there,
Yes.
dual language is more than just one language. So especially the early education part of it, we were interested in Eisenhower. We're doing signing. Okay, so it's no mention of incorporating that, or that's something that we should look at. It's a universal language, and especially for TK and kindergarten. It'll bridge the gap between your special needs and what kids learning or shy or things like that. It's a simple, fun project for kindergarten and TK that I think we should really look at and be more inclusive, since Eisenhower, we're so proud of them signing the Pledge of Allegiance, and so we need to incorporate that funding to fund more of the ASL.
I certainly think that that's a
Let's
great
write it in.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Write it in.
Couple of things.
Mr. Martinez, board member.
Dr. Madrid, question was for you. I could have waited
walk up so
another
fast.
second or two, but just for the public, I know that for assistant, the
Bilingual instructional assistant
thank you.
position?
Yes, making them 7 hours rather than 2 3-hour or 4-hour positions. The reason that they will appear more attractive, benefits is one.
Yes.
But the public doesn't know that. So we may be missing an opportunity here.
There you
Oh,
go.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much for adding that. So,
Absolutely.
in promotion of this wonderful opportunity that we have here in our district, this position is being advertised on edjoin.org. And so if we have anyone out there who is watching this part of our board meeting, I highly encourage you to apply for this wonderful position if you are bilingual. The requirements are listed there, as is the application, and we are looking forward to all bilingual people out there that are interested in this position applying. We are especially encouraging all of our graduates from Rialto with the seal of biliteracy to apply, because you are highly qualified if you have the seal of biliteracy.
Okay.
Very good.
Good. Second
Thank you.
question.
Thank
Don't
you.
don't run off so
Not
quick.
too fast, not
Okay.
too fast.
How many languages are we prepared to service?
At this time, we only service Spanish because about 98% of our students who speak a second language speak Spanish, and those are our students who are classified as English language learners. So that is the language that we're looking for right now for our bilingual instructional assistants.
Okay, there are no other languages within Rialto that meet the 25% criteria?
No, and it's just 15% actually.
okay.
Yes, and the only language that meets that criteria is Spanish
Okay.
at this time.
But that's English language learner, ESL, right? English
Yes,
Spanish?
uh-huh.
So, but a dual language could be whichever language you chose
That's correct.
to offer.
If we were to offer a dual
Right,
language
so
program.
that's what we need to really, focus on. And I had the privilege to tour Gallaudet University, and I will give the resource to Dr. Avila of graduates who are proficient in ASL and the interpreters who interpreted for graduation. They were excited to see how we're doing that. So dual, it doesn't have to be, right? It's as we
Right.
incorporate.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Mr. Martinez was referring to our bilingual instructional
Oh.
assistant
Promoting jobs.
positions.
Oh, okay.
Promoting
Yes.
jobs.
Well, you have a lot of
Yes.
hats, right,
That-
Dr. Madria?
Again, that website is edjoin.org.
Oh, again, that website is edjoin.org.
Benefits is included in that job?
President Lewis, if I can ask one question?
Yes.
Dr. Madrid, if you can just clarify for DLI program, what criteria is there to get that started in any language?
In order to have that program started in any language, for it to be a true dual program, we need to have students that actually speak the primary language of that program. So for example, in our district, it was a natural, we had a natural development of that program because about 98% of our English learners actually come from a Spanish language background. And so when you're forming a class, you need about 50% who speak the primary language and 50% that are English only. Then you bring them together, and those students assist one another in learning the other language, right? Really what we're talking about, if we were to start another program, it would be a one-way language program where we really would concentrate and focus in on the language of instruction, that concentrated language that we've chosen. In the case of an ASL program, then, we would do one way in that language, and because we wouldn't have any students that would be models, it wouldn't be considered a dual language program.
But we send students and pay for them to go to the School of the Deaf, and we have deaf parents. And so in kindergarten, most Montessori, they do a little bit of sign as part of that. So I'm saying that's a way to incorporate it.
Oh,
And then I
absolutely.
think like some places where you just have an elective, you can
Yes.
choose that. And so you still will need instructors, like we have German and things like that, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to wait 2 seconds.
Learned your lesson.
Only 3.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Dr. Madrid.
Okay.
Diane, will you join us for the budget presentation?
Okay. You want to scooch you over?
Yeah, they gave us a big book.
Good evening, Board. My name is Diane Romo, Lead Business Services Agent. And tonight we're going to give you a summary of the proposed budget from the Governor for 2023-24. With me, I have Nicole Albiso, our Lead Fiscal Services Agent. So, May 10th, the governor put out his proposed budget for the 2023-24 school year. He presented a very positive budget. However, his budget projections on the state's revenues are not materializing. To this point, the state is $31.5 billion under budget. And even this shortfall is a very aggressive projection. The Legislative Analyst Office, which is an independent branch of the state, analyzes the policy put forward by the governor's office. And so they are not in support of the budget that is being put forward by the governor, and so they are extremely concerned about the budget proposal put forward. Why is that so? In the current year, the tax deadline was moved from April to October. So where in the past, when we were given May revision projections, they had a good idea of what our tax revenue would be. This year, it's hard to project because many people chose not to file.
Yes, sir.
Although that's good for some, it's not good for us here at the district. So we won't really know what those revenues will actually be till October. However, all of the internal indicators show that, through payroll taxes, through investment analysis, it doesn't look like that revenue is going to materialize. The recent fall of large financial institutions has created fear, and so people are not investing or are not selling their long-term held investments. And so, again, those capital gains that our individuals with higher income levels tend to generate are not there. And then the other item that has the California community concerned about this proposal is kind of like history. And I'm going to go on to the next slide so you can see it. In this chart, you see that all of the recessions are highlighted in gray. So when we have a period of time when the federal interest rate continuously rises, it's normally followed by a recession. So if you look to the far right, you see that we all know that the interest rate has been increased consistently by the Federal Reserve several times. And so we've been peaking and peaking. And so the anticipation is that there will be a recession in the near future. The governor does take into consideration this data, but the way that he has chosen to put forward a budget has been to make cuts to one-time expenses, not to ongoing expenditures. So what does that mean for us? Our LCFF was increased $4.4 billion. We received a COLA of 8.22%. Although this is definitely needed because the cost of living has increased significantly due to inflation, what he did to afford a cost of living adjustment to both the LCFF and our state categorical programs, they do cause Kevin a lot of problems. He did it. He did it by reducing key programs that were already apportioned to the district. One of them being the Art, Music, and Emergency Block Grant. This grant could have been used for art, music, or instructional materials, and so we had been already awarded $14.4 million, and it got reduced to $7.2. Our intent within the district was to use this towards an upcoming adoption. So now we will have to look for other sources to move forward with our adoption. The second one was the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This grant was apportioned to the district to provide stability in the level of service provided to schools. And so we had been promised $45.6 million, and now we're down to 31.2. And although this is a very, very significant grant that we've received, in the future slides you'll see the impact that it's had. So what does this really mean for Rialto? So we, in the school district, we now get funded on the higher average daily attendance of the current year, prior year, or the average of the prior 3 years. This was changed last year, and it was really to help districts by affording them time to adjust their budgets for the steep declines of enrollment, right? Because with less enrollment comes a lower ADA. With a lower ADA comes decreased funding. So as you can see, if we had kept the same number of students from one year to another, our COLA would be close to $27 million. But because we've lost 744 ADA, Of that 27 million, we're losing about 10.5 million for an actual net increase in our budget of 16.3. We are thankful that they made that change in legislation, because if we were to only have the option of being funded off of the current year ADA, which you can see above is at 21,306 versus prior year funded of 21,835, we would have been funded off of the 21,835, which is 1,144 ADA less than the current level that's being used to fund us, which would have been another $17 million loss. So we are definitely thankful for the change in legislation, but this is a significant problem for us and most districts in California. There is one positive note in the governor's budget, and this was due to Proposition 28 being passed during the election in November 2022. Proposition 28 is specifically to go towards art and music education at every school site. 80% of it has to go towards employing staff that is going to focus on the arts. The district is slated to receive about $4 million. We have not put this into place or plan yet because the actual details of how this program will operate has not been released by the state. There's a lot of speculation whether or not we will be able to identify and use our existing programs to meet some of the requirements, or if they will be considered supplanting and we will have to augment them. So we're expecting to have clarity around that soon. But it's great news. So we present this chart for you every year just to kind of show you the trend of where our attendance rates are. We continue to lose students, even from October when we have the full senior class to the springtime when we have some of those early grads. Every semester we're having to update our projections because we have students leaving. On a positive note, we do see a very minimal increase in our attendance rate. It's nowhere near our pre-pandemic levels, but the district is moving towards recuperating that attendance rate. I think definitely it's important for us as a community to recognize that when a student is out 10 days or 10% to meet the criteria of chronic absenteeism, it's 18 days. That's a full month of instruction. Mm-hmm. And so that's definitely motive enough for us to take action to improve our attendance, but also with it comes funding. So if we were to increase our attendance rate just by 1%, we would be able to recover $1 million, a little over $1 million. And so you'll see us working together to get at the root of why students and families are having a difficult time coming back to those 96% attendance rates. So I'm going to hand it over to Nicole.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Nicole Albiso, and I'm the lead fiscal services agent. I'm going to walk us through the remainder of our presentation. So here we have our multi-year projection, and our multi-year projection is how the district demonstrates its financial position for the budget year and also the subsequent 2 years. A multi-year projection focuses on the unrestricted funds as well as restricted. And for those who don't know, unrestricted funds are used to fund our base program as they have little to no restrictions, whereas restricted funds come with various regulations and a defined purpose on how we can spend the money. As you can see in fiscal year 23-24, there is an increase in our restricted expenditures from 158 million to 243 million. This is because the district had to transfer expenditures from unrestricted resources to restricted resources in order to maintain the level of staffing as in the current year, and also to maintain fiscal solvency. In our second and third year out, we would normally expect to see an increase in our unrestricted expenditures. This is normally due to step and column retirement increases, health and welfare increases, and inflation. However, if you notice, the expenditures kind of maintain themselves. And again, this is because the district is moving unrestricted expenses into restricted resources. And again, we're doing this in order to maintain fiscal solvency. As these restricted resources expire and are expended, we will have to return the funds that we moved over back to unrestricted resources. And as Diane mentioned in the previous slide, because of our loss in ADA, our revenue cannot keep pace with the amount of our expenditures. And this is going to continue to increase our operating deficit. In 24-25, it's in the unrestricted category, it's 7.2 million. And by 25-26, it's 16.1 million. In order to address this, the district is going to need to make reductions to ongoing expenditures. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the district received one-time funds to address the impact to our students. Students came back and experienced changes in their emotional needs, as well as unprecedented learning loss. The district was not only able to maintain the same level of supports and services as prior to COVID, but with these one-time funds, we were able to increase them. This included the literacy and numeracy initiative, enhancing emotional support systems, and technology upgrades. And again, as these funds are expended, the district will need to make adjustments to our level of spending as well. Some potential areas that we're going to need to look at are staffing, supplemental material purchases, discretionary projects, software, travel, capital purchases, and technology. Now, for the past 3 years, we've talked about how the district has maintained a level of support and services to our students and community using these one-time funds. In the first chart, you'll see that we have listed all of the expenditures that were funded using these funds. They range from ongoing expenses, such as the literacy and numeracy initiative. Some of them are one-time expenditures, such as the network resiliency project, and some are one-time transfers that the district needed to make to maintain fiscal solvency. The second chart shows expenditures that will be funded with unrestricted resources, which have already been included in our multi-year projection. But the addition of these expenditures coming back to unrestricted resources has contributed to our increase in deficit spending because there is no revenue to match it. If the district does not make reductions to the ongoing expenditures, we will not be able to meet our minimum reserve in fiscal year 26-27. Here we have a breakdown of the revenue that the district receives. 72% of our funding comes from the local control funding formula. This would be considered our unrestricted funding, our unrestricted revenue. 13% comes from state resources. An example of this would be the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program funds, which are the after-school program. 10% comes from federal resources. This includes programs such as Title I and the one-time COVID funds that we received. The remaining 5% comes from local resources. This consists of the special ed funding that we receive through our SELPA, as well as the interest we receive. Overall, our budget is $558 million. This slide shows a breakdown of every expense by category. A majority of our budget, as you can see, is allocated to salary and benefits, and 16% of our budget is spent on books and supplies, contracted services, capital outlay projects, and other transfers. And this is our final slide. This is a breakdown of our salaries and benefits by classification. And as you can see, salaries and benefits account for 82% of our overall budget. Sorry, 84%. Any questions?
Of course.
All right, Board Member Martinez.
Oh, my goodness.
That's not a good sigh.
This is one of the ugliest budgets I've seen in a decade. Going back to 2008, that may be looking positive at this point. You gave like 84% going to staffing, and yet in the large binder, in the SACS forms, I saw as of this year it was 88% with an average of 83%. So at 88%, that's really ugly. We're overspent on staffing, on a weighted staffing formula. And that means benefits and everything. So when, I guess to ask a question, is there a way of just taking out the 8.2%, leaving everything else? And I know there's a way without messing you up, though. If we just took out the 8.2% that the state says we're getting. It's all smoke and mirrors, as you know. And then that would give us at least it would give me a picture of where we would stand if we transferred everything ongoing without any other changes. And it would really point to the areas that we would have to really look at. We're still in negotiations. Doesn't look good. So, thank you for being honest and accurate, and don't hear this
I'm
as
ruining our night.
I'm sorry.
it didn't ruin our night, not mine at least. It's not good news by any means. There's a phrase that I heard recently, and it comes out of Washington. It's called trickle-up poverty instead of trickle-down economy. What's worse than that? Trickle-up poverty, which we currently have. Wow. I've got many questions, but I'll develop them and ask. I'll ask for some time or just send you an email through the superintendent's office. I wasn't, and this is for staffing, I wasn't joking when I said pink slips may be on the horizon years out. 24, I don't worry too much about, because the smoke and mirrors, they're going to cover the other side of the mirror, because it's an election year. 24 is an election year. So the state and the federal people will say, oh, everything's rosy, here we are. And then 25 and 26, just like this year, they'll pull things back. And they'll say, we're giving you 8.2, but we're taking away whatever that ugly number looks like, or percentage. Not your fault. You're doing a great job. I appreciate you both. Great job, ladies.
All right.
Madam President.
Ms. O'Kelly, do you have any?
No, just thank you. You did a great job going over it.
Ms. Dominguez?
No, I'll email you because I'm sure that they'll pop up, but thank you.
Well, I'll be the good cop
Thank
on
you.
this one.
I'll email you.
He's a bad cop, I'll be the good cop. Well, so how do we count our attendance for our distance learning school and our virtual? How is that counted in? If they turn their screen on, or, how is
So
that accounted for?
The way that is counted is work submitted. So
Okay.
the teacher would assign classwork for the week, and assuming that the student does the work and it's complete after the teacher's evaluation, they would then get credit for attending that day of school.
Okay. So, do we have support for that program? Because that's attendance. You're at home, I'll do it later or the next day, if that's how it's being counted. The other thing is, I'm not sure if this is still in play, is the home teacher for, like if a person get a chronic illness or, come down with type 1 diabetes and they're going to be in the hospital or at home. They don't stay in the hospital long. So do we still utilize that home teacher, health teacher?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so how is that tracked? Will they wait till the 10 days, or you're saying, do you check and say, hey, is this a lengthy illness? How we're tracking to, because this year has been rough. It's been a lot of pediatric hospitalizations been off the roof, and they've been out for a longer time. So how do we trigger that person to go out or check on them?
I believe that comes through health services. The request would, Angela could speak more to it, if you don't mind.
So we do operate a home hospital program, and typically when there's a student that has a health condition that will require that they miss usually 6 weeks or more, we get information from their doctor, they apply, and once the kids qualify based on that health condition, we have teachers, most of them are our existing teachers, who also apply to be home hospital teachers, and they go and service the students after work, so usually in the evening, and they do about 5 hours a week. And again, it's still that work submitted about how they get their attendance.
Okay. And so for your special eds who might be going through a chronic problem, work submitted, how is that?
So we actually have two programs, home
Okay.
hospital and home instruction. And so
Okay.
depending on the students, whether they receive special services and what that condition is, they may be in the home instruction component, and that's operated through special services. And so I couldn't speak exactly to
Right.
that, but
Well,
it's
it's
probably
okay, so
similar.
you're-
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one area we probably could be a little bit more aggressive in. And then Miss Pollyanna sitting up here. I just had to counteract the bad news after I got on LCAP over there. But we have three good years to really, I think we can do it. We have a lot of good in-house grant writers and in-house programs. We qualify for a lot of programs that we're going to have to utilize all that service, put everyone, to itemize to really pull it.
GoFundMe.
Well, yeah, go. So, yeah. So once again, thank you so much for that. And our audit has been clean, and so far. And anything about when will we know the final? Like the finalized, this will be like in 2 weeks time frame. Okay. And public can submit their comments and if they have questions. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies, thank you very much.
Okay. So is there a motion to adjourn the LCAP
So moves.
Second.
budget? Okay. Vote by member. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye, and time 7:08. Okay. Well, welcome again. Open to our regular board meeting.
I know I'm nuts,
And
but
so-
I love the budget.
Yeah. First, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh. No students, so
Just wham,
we're
wham.
going to do the pledge.
Okay.
All righty. Okay, we're going to have our safety officer lead us out in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you don't mind.
Come on, Mr.
It's all
Johnson.
about safety tonight.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, to the podium, please.
Into the mic.
So just, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. there's adoption of the agenda, we're going to pull some items. It'll be G 2.3.
President Lewis, if I may.
Oh, hold on.
We have report out of closed session.
Oh, I thought we did that. Oh, the other closed, yeah. Okay. Report out of closed session.
Yes, we have several. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Ingrid Lin, lead academic agent, elementary education. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Francisco Camacho, agent, child welfare and attendance. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dioselina Van Bell, elementary principal. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Jeremiah de la Cruz, elementary principal. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Nalik Davis, middle school assistant principal. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education took action to issue notices to the following certificated administrative employees that they shall be released from their administrative positions and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective the end of the 23-24 school year, and directed the superintendent to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 2420533, elementary principal. Employee number 2498523, middle school principal. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved Resolution 232452 to issue notice to the following certificated employee that they may be released from their administrative position and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective the end of the 23-24 school year, and directed the superintendent to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 2655333, elementary assistant principal. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved Resolution 232452 to issue notice to the following certificated administrative employee that they be released from their administrative position and reassigned pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 23-24 school year, and directed the superintendent to send out appropriate legal notices. Employee number 2048433, elementary assistant principal. The roll call vote was as follows. President Stephanie E. Lewis, yes. Vice President Nancy G. O'Kelly, yes. Clerk Joseph W. Martinez, abstain. Member Evelyn P. Dominguez, yes. And that's all we have.
Thank you. Okay, so prior to adopting the agenda, we like to pull items G2, 3, school plans for student achievement. G, 6.1, minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting held on May 10th. H2, 0, agreement with Corwin Press, Dullahan Elementary School, discussion item. And on page 64, for the consent calendar, resignation date for Stephanie Mendez, project clerk, Kelly Elementary School, is June 9th, 2023. Correction to June 7, 2003. Reclassification of Cambria Kosova to clerk, from clerk typist 2, special service, to clerk typist 3, starting 10/16/2020. Copies of the corrected page is available to the public and be found on the reception counter in the front lobby.
Madam President, I may have missed one. I caught G2, G61. Was there another before we went into consent?
Yes, discussion, action items, H.20.
2-0. Thank you.
So move to adopt the agenda with the following amendments being pulled.
I'll make the motion as amended.
I second.
Okay. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis, aye. Presentation, safety, school safety, part 2.
Right. Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. My name is Gordon Leary, lead agent for safety, operations, and support services. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Tonight, what we will be presenting to you is the part 2 of the national perspective of keeping RUSD schools safe. That national perspective comes from educators and law enforcement experts that have shared their recommendations for practices. It was on April the 19th where we had the first presentation that was presented to us by Chief of Police for Cal State San Bernardino, John Gutierrez, and he provided to us a 6-point recommendations that were provided to us on that evening. And so tonight what I'd like to do is to share with you how Rialto Unified School District lines up with those recommendations. This is a quote that I took from the first presentation because I felt that it was pertinent to tonight's presentation to make sure that we're consistent with where we're going. No school security program is infallible, and there are things in our communities as well as state and federal laws that schools cannot control. We want to make sure that this part is understood by all of our audience tonight, that no matter what programs and services and supports we put in place, we cannot give a 100% guarantee that we won't have some kind of an incident that can occur on our campuses. Even the experts are saying that, and we agree with that, as I'm sure that you would, that there's always an unforeseeable situation that could occur. But what we want to do is our due diligence to make sure that we are making every effort to put those measures, safety measures, in place to prevent any incident that is foreseeable from occurring or reoccurring on our campuses. One of the things that I hope that we took away from the first presentation is that school safety is not a single operation that takes place that creates that safe school environment that we desire. That school safety, if it's going to be fully realized and understood, is going to have to be looked at through a multi-layered lens, a multi-system that works together in congruence, that works together in concert within itself, within that organization. And so tonight what we would like to do is kind of show how those layers look within our district here in Rialto. And as those different layers come together, what we should see through the demonstration, through the illustrations that we give tonight, what we should see is that there is an overlapping of those different safety systems that we've put in place, and that they're all working and intersecting with one another to create that system of wellness, because that's really what safety is all about, is creating that feeling of wellness, that system of wellness that addresses the needs of the whole student. So as you will recall, and I put it up here for each of us to remember, the first point that was made was that the measure that we should strive to have in place is to improve school facility access controls, is what was recommended. What we have in place in Rialto Unified School District is systems that have been put in place not necessarily through safety services, which I'm over, but through the other systems of services within the district, specifically M&O, maintenance and operations, and facilities planning, working together to create this particular system here that is recommended, this particular access control for our schools. Bullet 1 talks about the exterior perimeter fencing improvements and installments district-wide. That is one of the things that we have strived to make sure that we have in place at all of our schools, is that we have the exterior fencing, and that we're making improvements within those with the exterior fencing, so that it's consistent with the aesthetic quality that we want to have on our school campuses. So that what that really means is that as we move forward to meet the objective of creating that safe school physical environment with our facilities, that we don't compromise safety while trying to achieve the aesthetic look and feel that we want on our campuses. So what you will typically see as you go around the district, you will see the fencing that blends in with the foliage and with the quality and the paint and the upgrades that we're making around our schools, so that your attention is not necessarily drawn to the fencing, that your attention is not drawn to the gates, although their purpose is there and it's being served. So that as you look at our campus, you can appreciate the body and the aesthetic quality of the campus, and the fencing and the gates does not take any of that away. On-site interior gates between adjacent buildings, connecting all of our buildings on all of our campuses, so that no one can just wander or should be able to just wander onto our campuses. Where gates should be locked, those gates should be secured throughout the day during business hours unless there are delivery services being made. And when those delivery services are not being made, those gates should be secured at all times. So that the visitors in the community, as they're coming onto the campuses, they're moving through a direct natural pathway that leads them to the front office areas. So we can appreciate the services that are also by our IT services that have installed the visitor management systems on all of our campuses, so that when visitors do come onto our campuses, we have a system in place that allows the receptionist or the front office staff to check in all visitors that come into our campuses. What you see here at Eisenhower is our final objective of what we want to achieve on all of our campuses. And that is to restructure the lobby areas of our schools so that it's reconfigured in such a way that it naturally requires all visitors to check in through using the lobby guard system, which you see right there in front of the UPS individual, where they would have to sign in, and then that system also will do a ID check to verify whether or not if that person has any kind of sex offense, child sex offenses in their background. These are things that we feel are essential now to making sure that we know and understand the background of persons that will be coming around our students. Also keep in mind that as we're putting these reconfigurations into our front office area, that not all of our schools have these in place, but that there are projects that are already in the works, such as electronic access at several of our schools are already there, which is laying the groundwork for the completion of the other work to be done as the budget allows. Install weapon detection systems, metal detectors. Recommendations are that we at least should consider having metal detectors daily at entry points, checking in students upon arrival, and also consider using weapons detection technology during school hours. What we have in Rialto Unified School District are two types of campus safety inspections. One of them is the random safety inspections where we use the handheld wands. The sign that we have on our campuses is a notice that goes out to all those that come onto our campus to let them know that we do utilize this system on our campus. That information also goes out through our parent handbooks and student handbooks to make sure that our parents are aware that we have these measures in place. This is a picture of the type of device that we use. It's very simple, but yet very effective, and it allows us to be removed from any biases of profiling any students. Whereas the system itself, pushing that button, it's set at a calibration where it will select what students will be checked, not the officer. We also contract out with Interquest Canine Detection Services. This is a service that utilizes a dog to detect the presence of drugs, alcohol, and gunpowder in our classroom, locker rooms, and parking lots, but it does not come into contact with the students. Security upgrade of door locks, windows, and alarm systems is a recommendation. What we have in place, here again, we can contribute that to the services of our M&O and information technology services that provide those upgrades for us through our different campuses. The security alert technology that we have on all of our campuses is installed through M&O and our IT services. These information services work as our early warning systems to make sure that we're able to respond and to be able to work with outside agencies if we need first responders to come and assist us in those kinds of situations. There's a security notice that's also in place on all of our campuses for the public to know that when you enter on our campuses, that there are surveillance cameras that are installed on all of our campuses by M&O technicians. We work with the M&O technicians to strategically place those cameras on our campuses to make the determination of where it would be best used to provide the best service for us. Our safety control dispatchers are responsible for monitoring all of these systems throughout our campuses 24 hours a day. Also, we have the doors that are retrofitted. Those that are the older doors are retrofitted so that they have a push panic bar that can be locked and secured from the inside so that our students and staff are safe at all times. Part of our policy is that all doors are to remain in the locked position and closed at all times during the school day. Train students and staff in emergency procedures. What we have in Rialto is that Safety Support Emergency Operations Center, which is our EOC, provides the year-round emergency training and support to all sites in the following ways. One of them is through our Critical Incident Response Plan. This is a poster that outlines the procedures that should be followed in the event of a particular type of emergency, whether it's a fire, whether it's an earthquake, whether it's an active shooter incident or a bomb threat. That poster is to be placed into every classroom and every office area throughout our campuses. That poster is also available in Spanish and in English. Also at the top of that poster, it gives a flow chart for all staff, both classified and certificated, to understand the procedures of how to communicate an incident, to go up the ladder so that that information goes directly to our superintendent and it's reported to you, the school board, to make you aware of the situations that are occurring on the campus so that you remain informed. Our emergency response, our emergency operations specialists is also responsible for making sure that he is there to provide training and assist with our students, to observe the different fire drills, and also to work with our campuses to ensure that our staff is trained on the proper procedures when they're moving forward with doing those drills. We also work with categorical special programs to support all sites with updating the comprehensive safe school plans yearly. Next recommendation is to create systems for urgent communication and tip lines. The recommendation there that we see in place in Rialto is through our media services and safety services working together. We often have situations throughout the day that can come up at any point in time where there's a need to put information out to our families, situations that have to be communicated through our principals, working with our principals, and working directly with our families to make sure that that information goes out in a uniform and accurate manner. That information goes out through one of our systems that is called our safety updates. Saida Joffrey, who is over our communications and media service area, she is responsible for making sure that she works through the different systems that we have in place. One of them being now for us is Parent Square. That information is communicated directly to our staff and families to keep them informed. The district uses social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram platforms as well. And then we also have our We Tip hotlines. Next recommendation is to partner with first responders and crisis response teams. What we have in place here in Rialto, that recommendation, first let me just mention that recommendation and kind of go down that line to kind of explain that a little bit better. Provide verbal de-escalation training to staff and others, hire school psychologists, clinicians, and counselors, create multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, and hire school resource officers are the recommendations. And what we have in place in Rialto are the different agencies that we collaborate with through what is called a wraparound service, or DTSF, District Tiered Support Framework. This is something that here in Rialto, we believe that the best approach to be able to provide that system of safety and also that culture of wellness is that we hire specialized individuals such as our clinicians, our behavior support therapists, our strategists, but then also we've been able to bring and increase the capacity of services in these areas by our officers being trained to be able to provide similar services such as the Tier 1 and Tier 2 services for our students through behavior support intervention services and programs that we provide now for our students on our campuses. But it doesn't stop there. What we also are making sure that we're doing is that we're not only training our officers, but that we're also training the staff, our teachers in our classrooms, providing the in-services for them that gives them that support that they need to understand how they should engage in situations to help to prevent in situations where there is an altercation that could occur. Myself and risk management, Derek Harris, work together very closely to go around to the schools to make sure that we're in-servicing and working with the principals, with their staff teams on their minimum days to provide this information of how to address these situations with our students on our campuses. But also, more importantly, it's also to provide preventive measures. The preventive measures that we want to make sure that we're putting forth comes forth through our site supervision plans, as we're working together collectively as a whole with administrators, officers, and teachers that are out in designated areas of the campus, supervising the campus, to create also that feeling of wellness, getting to know the students, connecting with them, making them feel that they matter. All of this is another layer of what we consider school safety and a system of safety that we strive to have in place at our schools throughout the district. Also, what we have coming up is that safety services has a joint staff training program coming up with Cal State San Bernardino that will be a behavior threat assessment training that we will be providing and working and moving forward with Cal State San Bernardino so that we can develop teams here in Rialto Unified School District. And by developing these teams, we make ourselves more resourceful to be able to respond more immediately to situations on our campus by having those designated individuals working as behavior support responders or also as behavior threat assessment teams to be able to have those teams planted and put in place on each of our campuses. We also are working with Rialto Police Department to have discussions now to bring back and to reinstate the school resource officer program in our campuses and in our district. And with that, our last reminder that we want to leave with you is that a safe school climate can only be experienced and understood when, and only when, the community of educational partners are committed to a culture of shared beliefs focused on serving the whole child. Any questions?
More like a comment.
Yes.
I personally would like to see the WeTip line on our district. I personally, more like a comment, I would like to see our WeTip line information on our district website, so that way if it's easier access, if somebody needs it, it's there for them to be able to access it and user-friendly.
Okay.
Any?
Of
Board
course.
Member Martinez?
Thank you, President Lewis. Chief, I want to commend you. Great presentation, great vision to get us beyond where we are. When I came in 2008 and started actually in 2009, we had the conversation,
Yes.
and you had a plan, and it has moved from the binder that you handed me to reality, and I'm very proud of that plan being in place. The right people in the right place, doing the right thing, speaks wonders. The only thing that I did not see there that I would recommend for parents is, without notice, check your kid's backpack before they leave to school. I know that's rarely does a parent have that kind of time, but when you do, if you do, just open it up, take a peek, and that could save the day, save the kid having to have an expulsion or something.
Thank you.
Chief, great
Thank you.
vision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Kelly? Any comments, question?
No, it was a great job. Thank you, Mr. Leary.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Chief Leary, I have a question.
Yes.
How many of our schools or campus still have chain link fence that's climbable? Have we replaced them all?
No, we have not replaced them all. If you recall when I stated, as we're making the changes, these are, I would say, phases. We're making changes, working with M&O and in conversations with
So
business
approximately
services.
around, have we just been moving
As the
towards it?
budget allows, we are making the upgrades not only on the outside of our campuses, but also on the inside of our campuses. We can see that M&O is constantly making changes all the time. And with that, one of the things that we're making sure of is that if the fencing is in good condition, that our first response is to deal with the situation where there is a breach.
Okay.
And then to make sure that we are addressing those areas where there are breaches with our fencing. And then if it's just an old fence, but it's in good condition, then our first concern is to address the areas where there is fencing needed versus replacing somewhere where there is an existing fence before we address the area where there is no fence at all.
Okay.
President Lewis, I'm going to ask Diane, I don't know if you have information on the plan to redo the perimeter fencing of all the schools that you can speak to right now.
The Chief is correct in what he stated. As we've had projects that provide the opportunity to replace the fencing. We have been replacing with wrought iron. Because it does provide more security and it looks nicer. We have been doing projects of interior fencing where if it is just chain link and it's not providing privacy, we definitely have been addressing that so that the neighbors behind the schools do not have access or visibility to our students. As schools are modernized, then we will incorporate the replacement of the perimeter fencing. We have a rather large project, for example, at Carter, where there is a safety concern, and so we've addressed that, or we're in the process of addressing it because it has to go through a district state architect. And so, kind of like what Chief said, as we have to address one thing, the fencing is being considered.
Okay, great. Because I remember on our bond, that safety was like one of the #1 issues, and I remember the fencing. The other thing from the national presentation was like putting the number of the building or the lettering. Is that something that we thought about, or?
That's something that we're still looking into. So hopefully I'll be able to bring that information to the superintendent by this summer.
Okay. Well, I definitely appreciate that. An extra measure too is we used to always do refrigerator magnets for tip line.
Yes.
Kids put a magnet, and for bullying and all those little accessible pizza but the magnets that you can give, that you can stick on a refrigerator, sometimes because you're at home or the kids wants to know or tip or things like that to call. You're not going to go on a website. Sometimes you're on the website, but sometimes something visible is a reminder of, I heard my kid mention that. Let me just call it in and see if it's valid or not. Appreciate it. It's very good.
So I think Dr. Avila had
Yes.
No, only regarding the lettering of the top of the buildings, that we had preliminarily discussed the idea of creating an electronic map of our schools so that we can provide local law enforcement an electronic copy so that if they do report to a site, they have access to us versus us going to every building at every site and putting a number on it.
Okay. Very, very good. Any further questions, discussion? Well, thank you so much. So now, next, we'll move to E, public comments not on the agenda.
Yes, we have. Are we ready?
At this time, any person wishing to speak on any items not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have several. We have Andrea Medina.
Hello, my name is Andrea Medina, and for the past 2 years, I have been a teacher at Simpson Elementary. Now, I know you're probably thinking, here goes another Simpson teacher, but the reality is that many teachers, staff, parents, and students at Simpson Elementary have been negatively affected this year by Dr. Jones and her vengefulness. So many teachers and staff members were seen crying in the bathroom or crying in their classroom because of how horrible the work environment was, or because of the hurtful things Dr. Jones would say to them.
Point of order. Madam President, once something has been addressed on the agenda, it should not be able to come back up legally. We are able to say this has been addressed and we don't have to hear it again. They do that in a way to save time of boards. Do you wish to address that?
Can I get a clarification? So I want to appreciate, I wasn't here last month due to family loss. So not aware of that. Not aware of that. Okay. So was this issue addressed? Was it? Are you stating?
I'm
The same
stating
speaker,
it
or?
was addressed, and legally we have an option.
By
to-
this same
to disallow.
person, or?
No, the topic.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we've already started. We can
That's
go
fine,
ahead and continue.
Thank you.
What about for further comment on same school?
We'll just read the list.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. So many teachers and staff members were seen crying in the bathroom or crying in their classroom because of how horrible the work environment was, or because of the hurtful things Dr. Jones would say to them. I know because I was one of them. Dr. Jones lied to me, targeted me, embarrassed me, threatened me with disciplinary action, and even went as far as breaching confidentiality. I followed protocol and filed a complaint, but my complaint was dismissed, and I was told that due to my status as a probationary teacher, Dr. Jones could pretty much do whatever she wanted. I was told to just do whatever she asked, so I did, knowing full well that it didn't matter what I did because her intent from the beginning of the year was to let me go. As Dr. Jones would say, she was there to clean house. And sure enough, in February, I was notified by Mr. Brinker that I was on the non-reelect list. Dr. Jones didn't even have the decency to let me know herself. In the end, I wrote a response to my evaluation because of all the violations that occurred, and I tried to get a meeting with Dr. Jones and personnel, but my emails were ignored. I believe Dr. Jones put me on the non-reelect list due to personal and vengeful reasons. She knew that because I was a probationary teacher, she could do worse than change my grade level teaching assignment, and she did. Dr. Jones is not only affecting my teaching career, but she's also affecting my family's source of income. I'm here tonight to ask you to please remove me from the non-reelect list and reinstate me. Dr. Jones did not follow guidelines. She violated the contract, and she was unwilling to help me during my evaluation process. And yet I'm the one being told that I have to accept it because I'm a probationary teacher. That just doesn't seem right that an administrator could treat a probationary teacher so negatively and get away with it. I may be labeled as a probationary teacher at the Rialto Unified School District, but I'm a veteran teacher with 15 years of teaching experience, most of which were at a charter school. I've had good evaluations throughout my 15-year teaching career and received 3 exemplary ratings for 3 of the standards last year. I am bilingual and biliterate, and I know I can make a difference here in Rialto. It is not news that there's a teacher shortage right now, so it doesn't make sense to me as to why anyone would let go of an experienced teacher who wants to be in the classroom and make a difference in the classroom. Thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider reinstating me as a teacher in Rialto.
Thank you. Next. we have-
Chris Cordasco.
Good evening, Rialto Unified family. I know you're used to seeing me standing here in this very specific position, but tonight I'm standing here because what I feel my most important role is that's of a 25-year employee in the maintenance department. I want to share a letter with you tonight from from the widow of one of our past employees. Okay. Hang on, can you stop the clock for a second? I don't want to be unfair. It's supposed to be 3 minutes, not 5. Thank you.
Can you please speak into the microphone?
Yes. Sorry. Hello, my name is Tina Raleigh. I'm sorry I'm not able to be in person, but my 86-year-old mother just suffered the loss of her husband, and I'm trying to help her through this difficult time. My late husband, Jack Raleigh, was an employee of the Rialto Unified School District from May 1990 to June 30th, 2021. In that time, we spoke often of retirement and the benefit of being able to retire younger due to the medical benefits we would receive. It was always our belief that we would be covered until our Medicare took over. Unfortunately, 4 months after retiring, we were hit with COVID, which in the end took Jack's life. My medical benefits were ended 6 days later. I was shocked because I believed they would continue. I had been under Jack's medical plan his whole career with the district. When he passed, that left me without medical benefits at the time that I was already suffering from the after effects of COVID and the more devastating loss of my husband. I feel this is unfair to a spouse who is suffering such great loss and was relying on those benefits for their future. COBRA is not an affordable option for the spouse when they have always relied on the district's medical plan their whole career, and COBRA is only a temporary option. I'm here to make a plea on behalf of the future retirees and their families. You make a change so that if a retiree passes, the spouse continues to receive medical benefits. Thank you.
Michael Montano.
Good evening, everyone. As we just ended the 22-23 school year, it's time for reflection as we look on to the next school year. And as a teacher myself, I've always think, okay, what worked well? What could I improve? Where and how? And 22 really rings a bell. I don't know if I've shared this here before, horrible memory, but as a teacher, we don't reach every student. And that really, really used to get to me. And it still does, not as much, because just a movie, some lines in a movie where a fictional legendary Coast Guard saves many, many lives, and when he's asked one day, okay, what's your real number? And he says 22. And this up-and-coming young Coast Guard says, okay, well, that's significant, but it's not a whole number, a huge number. He says 22. That's the number of lives I didn't save. It's the only number I kept track of. That was powerful. That hit, because I don't know how many students I didn't reach. And hopefully, you know, in high school, they have other teachers. Well, maybe some teachers will get to them. There's also another line where he's asked, okay, the young and up-and-coming rookie asks him, well, how do you choose which ones you save? And he says, well, it's different for everyone, but sometimes for me, it's the closest or the weakest. But the main thing is I swim as fast as I can, as long as I can. And so that resonated with me. Just do what I can for as long as I can, take care of myself, because then I can't take care of anybody else. And veteran teachers often told me, you're not going to get to everybody. And up until this year, I was okay with that. Well, not okay, but I could live with that, because that's what I was told, and that really resonated for a few years. And then this year, we had what I consider an exceptional teacher. When you look at this teacher's students, we just had iReady scores release. This teacher, both in English and math, reached every student. Every student increased in that teacher's class. And now I have to think, how could I do that? And as we move forward, we try and improve. I ask, how can we not keep that teacher? That teacher is Andrea Medina. Every one of her students were reached and improved in English and math. How? How that teacher did everything we're asking. How? Several people here, I've been trying to, you know, drop seeds in the air for a certain administrator, which I don't want to name to him, just in case that person doesn't want to be named. And I'm sure some of you know who I'm talking about. In the years that I've been speaking here, never once have I asked to save a teacher. I'm asking now. Thank you.
Paula Bailey.
Good evening. Am I okay? Okay. It's been a minute since I've been up here. Board President, Ms. Lewis, and board members, Dr. Avila, viewing audience, and cabinet. My name's Paula Bailey, and I'm a parent of now 4 graduates of Rialto, 2 more on their way up. 3 from Eisenhower, 1 from Myler. You know, life has its challenges, and happy that they all graduated where they did. Graduation was absolutely wonderful. And I know it's not the district's fault that the parking people needed to do some work, because that was a challenge. I acknowledge that was not your fault. I did hear from some kiddos, and they said they really, as much as they appreciate you guys, they don't all know you guys as well as my kids do, because they don't really have a choice, because I keep them involved at that level. They really wish they could have had more time of some sort, this is for future, to take pictures with those teachers that were there to support them. You know, they really wish you know, in their cap and gown, all of that right there at whatever point. I seen the pictures from Life Touch, and there's some to be desired for my child, but I got others done. And to go on from there, I do want to acknowledge Miss Polito. Oh my goodness, HP at Eisenhower, she is the rock star. I don't know what's going on, who's taking the place of Mr. Camacho. This is the first I've heard of that. So we'll have to figure that out. I hope they know they have big shoes to fill. But HP, she is the most dedicated, amazing person. I don't think she would take the nomination for principal, but she is wonderful. You have got an amazing assistant principal there. Mr. Velasco, I've got my 2 bonus kids that have had their challenges. He has been absolutely a rock star. All of the staff, the office staff in there, they just really step it up. Officer Reed, I don't know where I would be today without her. She is amazing, very invested in these kiddos. Uh-oh, I better hurry up, I'm running out of time. So, just absolutely wonderful. Miss Price, wonderful. Miss Reynolds, Miss Barrowman, Miss Rodriguez. Go see the Pacific Islanders perform if you get a chance. Miss Jimenez, ROTC, the staff, they are rock stars. The counseling staff, the SPED staff, I mean, it's just awesome. So just kind of take that other stuff, food for thought for the future, because I think the kids would really appreciate more time to be in their cap and gown with those teachers that they wouldn't have been there without them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all we have.
All right, next we have public comments on the agenda. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We do not have any.
Okay. Comments from our association executive, Rialto Education Association, REA.
Good evening, Board. President Lewis, Superintendent Avila. Names have power. Certain names will conjure vivid images and evoke memories of past achievements. This past weekend, I was able to attend and participate in the Eisenhower High School graduation. It was a wonderful celebration of a group of amazing students, many of whom I taught when they were in middle school. And as I sat there listening to their names being read out loud, I thought about the power of names. Hearing the names of so many of my former students made me proud to be a teacher and very optimistic for our future. I spoke with many of them, and whether they're going on to college or joining the Navy or taking a gap year to work, each one of them was very excited to be there in that moment and to celebrate their graduation. Names have power. When you ask people who their favorite teacher was, they can always tell you a name. Names matter. In Rialto, we have a history of naming schools and buildings after important people in our community. I worked for 22 years at Warren H. Frisbee Middle School. Mr. Frisbee was a civic leader in the community during the Great Depression and a founding board member of the Community College Board. Here tonight, we sit in the John Casalunas district office. Mr. Casalunas, as you all know, was a longtime board member. Miss O'Kelly has a building named in her honor at Eisenhower High School, where you once served as the principal. Names have power. In the labor movement, there are many names that have power. Cesar Chavez helped to organize the farm workers along with Dolores Huerta. It's noteworthy that we have the Chavez Huerta Center for Education here in our district. Why? Because those names have power. I have a list of names that's growing. It's filled with the good teachers that chose to leave Rialto because they were not treated well here. And the stories of those beloved teachers, as the stories of those beloved teachers begin to be told, the thousands of lives that they touched and the community members who loved their teachers will begin to come forward and demand some changes. They want their kids and their teachers to be safe on our campuses. They want Rialto to offer competitive wages and recruit high-quality teachers. They want actual teachers in their kids' classrooms on day one, and they don't want long-term substitutes rotating in and out all year long. Earlier this year, the school board was given a list of names to vote on. It's what we call the non-reelect list. You heard about it a little bit ago. There are new teachers in their first or second year of teaching, and they're being let go before they can obtain tenure. One of those teachers showed up here at the school board meeting at the last school board meeting. Her name was Shirley Tercios. She grew up in the Rialto school. She was an avid tutor in our district and briefly a teacher until her name was added to the non-reelect list. Thankfully, she's been hired by a surrounding district. She spoke with passion about her experience here and the undignified way that she was treated in the non-reelection process. She isn't the only one. There's another teacher from Simpson Elementary. Her name is Andrea Medina, and she was thrown under the bus in the non-reelect process. Her principal did not even tell her that her name was on the list. She learned about it from me. You could save her now. Knowing all the issues that Simpson's had this year, your names have real power. If we start next school year with lots of vacancies, I will remind you of this conversation and how you could have kept good teachers but chose instead to forget their names. Finally, if you continue talking about teacher layoffs when the state has offered historic cost of living adjustments to help us deal with high inflation, I can guarantee you that my members will not forget your names. If we start the school year with lots of vacancies and no contract for our teachers and parents whose kids are stuck in classrooms with long-term subs, I guarantee you they're going to learn your names too. Names matter.
Next, we have California School Employee Association, CSEA.
Good evening, Rialto Unified Family. I'm Chris Cordosco, Chapter President for Rialto Chapter 203. Just want to comment on some of the things that we've heard tonight. So we've heard a sort of doom and gloom with the budget, but then we are having a conversation about changing chain link fence to wrought iron just because of how it looks. That seems odd to me. Certainly gives the wrong perspective to employees about what's important. We have invested lots of money into our district and how it, in the brick and mortar and how it appears and how it works. And that's a good thing. I've always been in support of that. When times get tough, it just means it's time to start working. It's time to start using the investments that we have put forth, the commodity that we now have, and let's see it work. I'm thankful to hear of the many changes that are coming forward with our leadership. It's necessary, and I thank the board for your support and the superintendent with that. I only hope that this issue at Simpson is resolved very, very quickly. It's necessary. On a good note, I do want to say congratulations to all the graduates. From what I heard, most of the commencement ceremonies went on without a hitch. But I know that in a time of budget crunch, we start looking at how we can cut back. And this is something we should not cut back on. Having the ceremonies at the center makes more accessible to our parents. And you'll never see me at this podium advocate against students. We should be doing everything for students first, and I strongly believe that. So I believe those are dollars well spent. But with that, there's things that we are doing here that we can be doing in-house, and we need to look more at those contracts. Thank you.
Okay.
If we could have a list of those things that you know and we don't, maybe, please forward them.
Okay. Communication Workers of America, CWA.
And good evening, board and everyone. And I also hope everything will get resolved in a good way for everyone, and that we'll be able to have a very nice next school year that's coming up later. So, thank you.
Thank you. Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA. Okay. Comments? We'll start with Dr. Avila, Board Superintendent.
I know that in meetings past, we often have national.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Did you just come in? Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Five.
evening, board.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Ayana Balagon, and I am the equity chair for RSMA. And we just like to let you all know that we are having an end of year ceremony tomorrow at Mexico's, and I do not know what time. Mexico Cafe. And all are welcome. So that's all we have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, comments from the superintendent?
Yes, so as I was saying in meetings past, for most of the year, there's always national or state day of something, or a particular field, particular position that deserves that recognition. I don't have any today other than June is Grads and Dads Month. And so I just want to congratulate all of the graduates and thank each of the parents, each of the staff members here in our district, members of the community who have contributed to another graduating class, because each of us does contribute in one way or another, directly or indirectly, to the success of our students. And seeing the excitement in their faces, the joy that they were expressing, and in particular some of the speakers who had the opportunity to share their thoughts and advice to their fellow graduates, and including the promotions at the middle schools, brought me to tears, because it just makes everything that we go through, whether we see it as a challenge, we see it as a difficult time, it makes it all worth it. The good times and the bad times all contribute in some way or another to making sure that our kids promote at the highest level and with the greatest joy for themselves and their families. So again, thank you to each of our staff members for everything that we do day in and day out. Please know that it does, in my opinion, contributes to the good, or the greater good, and especially to the good of students. And for those of us who are dads, I wish you a happy Father's Day later on June the 18th. And thank you for everything that you do as fathers. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Board member, Mrs. Evelyn Dominguez.
Thank you, Ms. President. Well, as being a new board member, graduation was very memorable to me. It brought back a lot of memories as my own graduation, and being a first graduate here in the United States from my first generation graduate, high school graduate from my family of high school. It brought me to tears. You know, like Dr. Avila said, seeing the happy faces and knowing that some of these students are first generation graduates, you know, I saw the excitement, the nervousness of like what's gonna happen next, and I remember being in those shoes, being like, what am I gonna do next? Like, how am I gonna pay for college? Like, all these emotions, like you don't know what's gonna happen after tomorrow, after I leave the arena. It's like I'm in the real world. So I remember being in those shoes, and you know, it's scary. It's scary. It's exciting. It's fun. It's every emotion possible that goes through your bones, through your body, through your veins. But you know what? I want every graduate and every parent to know that you guys always have a home here in Rialto. You guys can always come back to us and say, hey, I need a job. Come back here. There's always going to be jobs here. Your mentors are always going to be here. Even when us as board members are gone, even when Dr. Avila, the superintendent's gone, even when other teachers are gone, Rialto is going to still be your home. Rialto will always be your home. You know, I want to commend Morgan Elementary's summer program. They have an awesome summer program. They have a Lego class. They have a sewing class, a piano class, a guitar class, a painting class, a magic class, all for the summer. And like I was telling Mr. Vara, it's incognito. So they're having all of these enrichment classes incognito. And I think that's awesome, because my kids came home like, Mom, we did this, we did that. And they were like, but we did math, but we did this. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. You guys are learning and not even knowing about it. Also, I do want to remind everybody that this Friday they're going to be having at the Frisbee Park the kickoff barbecue for nutrition services. It's going to be from 10:15 to 12:30. They will be giving out free meals for students and adults. And also, I wanted to congratulate all of our teachers that are going to be participating in our USC teacher graduation that's going to be happening this weekend on the 10th. I believe is at 10 p.m. or 10 in the morning. So, I mean, we have one more graduation, and I'm excited to partake in that one as well. And also, actually, we do have one celebration this month, Dr. Avila. It's going to be our Juneteenth. Yeah, Juneteenth this month, and, you know, we're going to celebrate that one. And so just keep an eye out for our celebration. I know our communications teams are going to be sending out information about the celebrations that the district will be having for our Juneteenth celebrations. And of course, happy Father's Day to all of our graduates, to our dads, and to our graduates again for their graduation. So that's all I have, and thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Martinez?
Wow, that came around quick.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how concerned I am with the budget. To put in a small nugget, the state is giving us 8.2%, but taking more away. The easiest way for you to see it, and I've never seen this, if you look at the 9,000 series of the SACS form, I've never seen a zero balance for the general fund. I've never seen the $9 million that was stated for or slated for computer programs, all that, the 3-year refresh. All of that has been zeroed out because state has pulled money away. So you don't need to believe me. It's right there. If that doesn't concern you, well, okay, that's fine. That concerns me. I came here, even before I came here, it was a matter of saving jobs, keeping 100% or as close as possible working. I caught a lot of flack from those who wanted to eat their own from the associations. I've been here 20 years, 30 years. I don't care for those who've been 1 year or 5 years, was the way I heard it. I cared. I still care. I want to keep 100% of you working. I don't want pink slips, but with a zero, the way the book looks right now, there's no way to avoid considering pink slips. Okay? It is really the ugliest budget I've seen in my life. I'm asking parents and students, is there something you can do to help? Yes. Get up out of bed and get to school. Right now, the big push will be to make sure that the absentee, as much as we can, bring the absentee rate down to 0. It's unrealistic, I know. But when you're scheduling vacations, when you're scheduling time out of town, if you want to help the schools, if that's in your thought process at all, look at whether your student will be in or out of school at that point. Because if you can move it those 3 days or 5 days, one way or another, that would help the schools greatly. That would help save jobs. That would help keep everyone working. Going to keep looking at the budget, look at all options on the table. Because, as stated before, the board does not like pink slips. I don't want to see them. I want to avoid them at all cost. Be happy to sit with either board president and your boards if you want to look at the budget. I'll show you what I know, which isn't a whole lot in comparison to the real people who know it. But I can point to the things that stood out, and then you make you have your own unions look at it, and I trust them. You know, if they can say, okay, here's this, let's look at it. We're in this together. I don't look at myself as being on the opposing side. It's a different perspective than you'll find from any other board member ever that I've known. But people matter. My people here in Rialto matter. So do our students. So, done.
Thank you, Board Clerk Ms. Martinez, and Vice President Ms. O'Kelly.
Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate the RUSD class of 23. And I want to thank the wonderful RUSD staff and the parents for doing such a wonderful job with these graduates. The graduations that I was able to attend were beautiful. They were also packed. The Toyota Arena, you know, was almost every seat was full. And the kids were so excited and so happy to be there. And I love at the end, they set off confetti cannons containing pieces of paper that or confetti, using the school colors of whatever school graduated. So it was just beautiful and exciting, and I was so happy to be there with them. So, and that's also happy Father's Day to all the wonderful dads out there, and that's all.
Thank you, thank you. Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who poured out so much love and kindness. Board members, people called. Whew, it's Father's Day. And he was a teacher. He's 93. Well, he was. But we were all born in a different state. Because think about a 93-year-old. African-American male, from New York to Philadelphia to Tennessee, working at parochial schools till we finally got to Chicago, where he was able to work in public school. And boy, those unions, the money he made, but they strike every winter for like 6 months. Chicago don't play. And so he said, might make good money, but I never know when we're going to strike. So he moved us down south to Alabama and commuted every weekend to be able to be in a union and have benefits, but never know how the negotiations. And teachers don't like it. You know that negotiation, that process is a process. It afforded pension and health insurance, and in Chicago, it's like that. And then fast forwarding to going back to my nephew's graduation and having to save seats while you're waiting for your family to pull around, and people like, where your family coming on? And you're like, well, this is an old school, and the nephew's in a wheelchair, and you're trying to figure out how to get the ramp, and people are like, there are 6 seats in front, and you're saving seats, and then to come fly back and to see how we rent out this big arena where you don't have to have those fights, because it was getting hot in there. But it was really so important to see the difference. And I always tell people that we don't appreciate what California has and what it offers and this teachers and this districts and these benefits, you don't really appreciate it until you've lived and work and somewhere else. And the chain link fence, that's a safety issue. I think a lot of us have scars climbing over one, falling, jumping over another. It's not the rod, they're just harder to climb. But kids climbing in and out and jumping over and getting cut on the top or falling. So that's more of it's a safety, and a health issue, because it's like we had to take the monkey bars out too because all the broken arms when they fall down and the merry-go-round, so some of those things are just plain old safety issues that are a hazard. But, we have to really look at things deep. I appreciate, both sides of the issue. I've lived both sides of the issue. We all, we were all child workers because, okay, you have to go to work. Daddy's off about 4 months until those negotiations are off. So we house painted, we catered, we picked strawberries, we did what we had to do. So at the heart, I know there's a middle. And for Father's Day, and I just said this, you loved on me, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. And he just was thrilled that finally I got one of my kids to have something to do with teaching. Because that's what he loved his students, and it's a teacher is a teacher. And so one of the things that every child can learn, every child may not learn the same way.
Right.
Every child may not learn at the same time, but every child can learn. And that's what he always thought. It's just a method. It might not be from me, and they might blossom and bloom at a different time. But don't give up. And we're here to say, you know what? We're in the business of education. That's why I was hard on that LCAP. I'm like, oh, no. We got to go for it. Because, our teachers are very good teachers. In our school sites, in our facility, you just don't know. You haven't. I'll take you with you down south, and you'll see some of these books that are outdated will be treasured. And so we have to really appreciate, but, that negotiation between the teams, that's a process that has to go back and forth, and I respect the process, and I'm sure that process will come to something at its time, but stay at the table. Stay at the table, keep the conversation going. Those pensions are like valued like gold, just like health insurance and things like that. And these are the types of jobs that are just really dissolving. And so, to hold on to this and be able to represent and to go to this table and haggle it out and work it out is benefiting the teacher and their families. But it's a hard process, and it's a process that hurts on both sides. But I think there's a middle ground, and I think it'll be reached. And with that said, happy Father's Day, Juneteenth, and just for this graduation, just to not have to save seats. I thought I was going to get killed. I mean, it was hairy, because they're so excited. And just remember the families of the one at the graduations who ended up in gunfire. So ours was a safe graduation with as many people in the parking lot. Because when I came home, I'm like, oh my goodness, right after graduation. So the safety things that we're doing, that we're taking seriously, it's nothing 100%, but we cannot let up. We cannot let up, and we cannot show that there's a link in the armor. We have to be vigilant. So I appreciate that.
Right.
Okay, Miss Martha.
Okay, thank you, Board President. We will now move on to public hearing. Open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
I think we did that already. I think it was just out of order.
I make a motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Yeah. We did the count of the public hearing for the, yeah, I just think it's out of order.
We will take a vote, Board President, to open public hearing.
We did
You
that.
want to
Yes.
group?
Page
This is
6.
a public hearing that is required.
This
Oh,
is part
okay.
of the regular agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, aye.
The time is 8:27. Item 2023-2024 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Education Code Section 52062B1 requires that a governing board of a school district shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the Local Control and Accountability Plan or annual update to the Local Control and Accountability. The agenda for the public hearing shall be posted at least 72 hours before the public hearing and shall include the location where the local control and accountability plan or annual update to the local control and accountability plan will be available to the public for inspection.
Okay, any question?
Action to the public.
Yeah.
We'll move on to close
Yes.
public hearing.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, vote by Board Member Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk, Mr. Martinez.
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly, aye.
Time is 8:28. We will open public hearing again. I don't think we have any comments.
I make a motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Do we have a
Okay.
vote?
Yes, Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Clerk Martinez.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye. Okay.
8:28. This is for the fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed budget. Education Code Section 52062B2 requires that the public meeting at which a school district's governing board adopts a local control and accountability plan and adopts a budget must be held after but not on the same day as the public meeting at which the governing board holds the required public hearings on the LCAP in the proposed budget.
Make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Clerk Martinez.
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly.
Aye.
Stephanie Lewis, aye.
The time is 8:29. Now we move on to consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
And we have pulled G 2.3, school plans for student achievement. G 6.1, minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting held on May 10th. And discussion items H.20, agreement with Corn Press Dullahan Elementary School. So
Correct.
adoption.
What was the first one?
G 2.3, school plans for student achievement.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I second that motion.
Okay, vote, Ms. Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez.
Aye.
Vice
Aye.
President O'Kelly and Stephanie Lewis.
We move on to discussion action items. H.1, authorize the purchase, warranty, and installation of park and playground equipment from Zoom Creation Incorporated.
Is there any discussion or questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 4/22/10/1020. Any discussion?
No. Okay, Ms. Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez.
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly.
Aye.
And Stephanie Lewis. Aye.
Item H2, authorize the purchase, warranty, project management, and design services from Steelcase Incorporated.
Wasn't that one that was pulled?
No.
It was
No?
H20.
20.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had the same thing.
I make a motion.
Second.
Utilizing California Multiple Award schedule number 4-21-05-1067.
Any discussion or questions? Ready for the roll call vote?
Yes.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Stephanie Lewis, aye.
Item H3, authorize the purchase and warranty of lifting systems from Hydra RE utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 4-13-56-00538.
So move.
Second.
Lewis?
Utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule number 4-13-56-00538.
Any questions or discussion?
No.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Stephanie Lewis, aye.
Item H4, authorized to utilize California participating addendum number PA-2022-WTV-TMUS under the State of Utah Cooperative Contract number MA-176 awarded to T-Mobile USA Incorporated.
Move to approve.
Second. Any questions or concerns, discussion? Are we ready for a roll call vote? Board Member Dominguez?
Actually, discussion.
Okay.
I just want to know, is this for like the internet services or what kind of contract are we talking about here?
This allows us to use this CMAS for the purchase of hotspots and the service.
Oh, on the surface. Okay. And, that's for like teachers and personnel and...
The hotspots are primarily used by our families upon request.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other further? No. Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Stephanie Lewis, aye.
Item H5, extend RFP number RIANS-2021-2022-004 bread products to Colossus Bakery.
Move to approve.
Second. Twins.
Approve the second and final extension for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. The price increases due to the increase in the CPI are acceptable and all terms and conditions will remain the same pertaining to the extension option in the current agreement. Cost to be determined at the time of purchases and to be paid from the Cafeteria Fund 13.
Any questions for discussion? Ready for a roll call vote? Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Stephanie Lewis, President, aye.
Item H6, award RFP number RIANS-2023-2024-003 tortilla product to Sunrise Produce.
Move to approve.
Second.
This item will be effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at cost to be determined at time of purchase and to be paid from the Cafeteria Fund 13.
Any questions? Discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
President Stephanie Lewis, aye.
Item H7, award bid number 22-23-009, students with qualified services transportation passenger vehicles to Ever Driven Technologies, LLC.
Move to approve.
Second.
This item is at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H8, award bid number 22-23-014 for Myler High School, 2 modulars to MLC Constructors Incorporated.
So move.
Second.
This item is at a cost not to exceed $550,604 and to be paid from the Special Reserve for Capital Outlay Fund 40.
Any questions or discussion?
No.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H9, approve RFP number C-234-001, paper products by the Ontario Montclair School District on behalf of the Pomona Valley Co-op Purchasing Group for the 2023-2024 school year.
Move to approve.
Second.
For the following vendors, PNR Paper, Individual Food Service, Plastic Connections, and Pentalites Wholesale, effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from the Cafeteria Fund 13.
Any questions or discussion? Roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H10, approve RFP number 0922-23 FN, distribution of USDA foods and commercial products by Pomona Unified School District on behalf of the Pomona Unified Collaborative to Gold Star Foods for the 2023-2024 school year.
Move to approve.
Second.
This item is effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from the Cafeteria Fund 13.
Any questions or discussion?
No.
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H11, approve change order number 1 for Enco Systems Incorporated for request for proposals 21-22-010 boardroom technology upgrades.
So move.
Second.
This item is in the amount of $17,158.54 for a revised contract amount of $267,158.54.
Any questions or discussion? Ready for the roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H12, approve the use of intergovernmental contracts during the 2023-2024 school year.
Move to approve.
Second.
This item is at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from various funds.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H13, approve a renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates LLC.
So move.
Second.
Provide the personalized instruction module for all elementary and middle school students with the exception of Hispanic Virtual Academy, effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, at a cost not to exceed $329,570.20 and to be paid from the General Fund Title I.
Any questions or discussion? I have a discussion. I think this is the way to go. If you find a product or we're utilizing, put all the schools at the same time. You know, if it's good for one and it's going to help everyone, let's put it in the same
agreement.
Agreement, yes. Especially if it's all coming out of Title I instead of all these individual. After the teachers or whoever discuss and review that it's good. So thank you for doing this. Roll call vote, Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Okay. Item H14, approve a renewal agreement with ESGI.
Let's move to approve.
Second.
Any? Go ahead.
Provide educational software for housing of district reading screener assessments for data collection and generating of reports for elementary students, effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, at a cost not to exceed $102,816 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions?
I have discussion.
Okay.
So this iReady, is it also going to be giving the assessment in Spanish as well?
Dr. Chavez.
I actually have staff here that can speak to this item. Ms. Curtis, are you still in the building?
Hi, Mrs. Curtis.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila. So your question's about iReady, or is your question about ESGI?
No, the ESGI, well, iReady. Now, it says on here that it, so ESGI, is that just basically saying how to read the iReady assessment test?
So what the ESGI is it's a warehouse where we store, for example, we store our district reading screener in this warehouse, which is used by all TK through third grade teachers, our reading specialists, and our strategists. Teachers can actually store any assessment they create in this, and it houses all of that data for us.
Okay, and then what's the purpose of housing it?
So that, for example, if I were to give the screener to you, I might ask you, do you know this letter? Do you know that letter? Can you sound this letter out? Can you sound that letter out? And now I have a record of you individually, what you can and cannot do. And then when I assess you again, I can start from where I last assessed you and continue that assessment.
Mm-hmm.
I can also pass that assessment on to your next year's teacher, who can then pick up, and all that data is can be shared year after year in one location. Does that make sense?
No, because that sounds just like a Excel spreadsheet.
Except that it houses all the assessments, so the assessment itself is there, and all the data tied to that assessment for each student in the district.
Okay. Okay.
And if I may, please keep in mind that our littlest ones, our littles, they don't get tested through state testing. And so there has to be a way to assess their growth, especially if our metric is reading by third grade. We want to be able to see year over year growth. And without that, state assessment and those standardized, we need to build our own, and we need to have a way to house it, right? For our older kiddos, that's housed in seabeds, right? It's housed on various, other platforms, but not for our little ones.
So, but that ESGI is not used for reclassification purposes, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay.
That's elevation is what they use to house that data.
It says in the write-up, ESGI is the leading progress monitoring solution for early childhood educators.
Yes, our TK, our K, our first grade,
Correct.
they love and live in this system, and then we've extended to second and third grade as well. And this is how our reading specialists track all of those students that they're working with.
Good.
They keep all of that in the system so that year after year we can take off from where they are and not have to go back and start assessing things that we know kids already know. We're moving forward.
Okay. Any further discussion?
All right, thank you.
Okay. We're ready for the roll call vote?
Okay.
Ms. Dominguez, board member?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez, clerk?
Oh, he's not here.
Okay.
For me, it's an aye.
Okay, Vice President Ken, aye, and Lewis, aye. Okay.
Item H15, approve a renewal agreement with Burlington English for Rialto Adult School.
Move to approve.
Second.
Provide online interactive English courses effective August 10, 2023 through August 9, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $52,800 and to be paid from the California Adult Education Program and Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds.
Any questions or discussions? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice
Aye.
President O'Kelly? And Lewis, aye.
Item H16, approve a renewal agreement with Curls, Coils, and Crowns.
Move to approve.
Second.
Provide an enrichment program at 19 elementary schools for African American girls and provide parent workshops effective August 7, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $99,987 and to be paid from the Expanded Learning Opportunities Fund.
Any questions or discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
President O'Kelly and Lewis, aye.
Item H17, approve a renewal agreement with Scholastic.
Move to approve.
Second.
Provide Literacy Pro for all elementary schools effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $84,316 and to be paid from the General Fund, Title IV.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H18, amend an agreement with SMG Ontario Arena LLC.
So move.
Second.
Approve the cost increase not included in the original quote, increasing the original agreement of $97,798.68 by $5,035.02 for a total cost not to exceed $102,833.70 effective June 7th, 2023.
Any questions or discussions? Roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Definitely an aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H19, approve an agreement with Stewart Investigative Services, Inc.
So move.
Second.
Provide claims prevention reduction services effective July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024 with an option to renew for the 2024-25 and 2025-26 fiscal years at a cost not to exceed $50,000 per fiscal year and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Martinez?
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Lewis, aye.
Item H20 was pulled. Item H21, adopt resolution number 222351, education protection account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Approve the plan to spend the monies received from the education protection account.
This is the one that we pulled.
No, it's actually
It's not.
H20, the one
Yeah.
prior,
Yeah, 20 is the one we pulled.
the one for Corwin Press.
I guess it's number different.
This is a resolution.
Yeah, 20 is the one we pulled, the Donald Hand one.
Okay. Alrighty. Any discussion
No.
on the right item? Okay. All right, roll call vote.
Aye.
Okay, Board Clerk Martinez,
Aye.
O'Kelly,
Aye.
and Lewis, aye.
Item H22, administrative hearings.
Move to approve.
Second.
Case numbers 22-23-103, 22-23-101, 22-23-100, 22-23-97.
Roll call vote. Ms. Dominguez?
I want to vote separate on one of them.
Okay. Let's do it individual. Okay, 22-23-103.
No.
Board Clerk Martinez?
22, 23, 103, no. The rest, yes.
Okay.
For me, it's aye.
Aye. Stephanie Lewis, aye. So, just to re-innovate, for case number 22-23-103, we have 2 noes. That's Clerk Martinez, and no for Board Member Dominguez, and yes
For the rest.
for Vice President O'Kelly, and yes for Lewis.
Board President, if I can ask Angela Brantley to come and explain what happens if no action is taken.
Okay.
Well, that one was a pretty...
Well, we can't just close session.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
So this is a case where there was a recommendation by the hearing panel for one outcome, and it sounds like the board is voting 2 for not to approve this recommendation and to agree with the hearing panel. It sounds like there's a
There's no
tie,
vote.
At least that would be
Yeah.
no vote.
But is this time sensitive, or does the team need to go back and reconsider with the family?
So it's not time sensitive in the sense that since we're out of school, since school is out, we can go back and reconsider with the family and then bring it back to the board to vote. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, case number...
So we're going to pull it basically, right?
Yes.
Well, that's just one. Okay. So, case number 22-23-101.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, the roll call vote, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Board Clerk,
On 101, aye.
Aye.
O'Kelly, aye, and Lewis, aye. 22-23-100. Roll call vote, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Clerk Martinez,
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly,
Aye.
and Lewis, aye. 22-23-97. Roll call vote, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Clerk Martinez,
Aye.
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly, aye, and Lewis, aye.
Okay, item H23, stipulated expulsion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Case number 22-23-108.
Okay, roll call vote, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
okay, Clerk Martinez,
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly,
Aye.
and Lewis, aye.
Okay, we move on to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on June 21, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center at 182 East Walnut Avenue in Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the Superintendent's office.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Clerk Martinez,
Aye.
Vice President O'Kelly,
Aye.
and Lewis, aye, and the time is 8:54. Adjournment.
you.